All righty. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Venus Henderson-Hughes, and I am the founder and CEO of Henderson Health Partners H3P. And I would like to welcome you to our fourth annual Minority Health Expo. I am thankful to all of everyone who gave me their yes today to show up, to be a speaker, to be on a panel, to share their knowledge, their energy, and of course, my friend down there, Joy. So I'm not going to prolong this. I'm going to get my first introduction out the way for the fabulous Dr. Yasmin Dada Jones. Love her to death. So a little bit about Dr. DJ.
Mhm.
So Dr. DJ, first of all, H3P wouldn't even exist had it not been for Dr. DJ. I am thankful to this day that she told me that I needed to run with H3P. And we are going on 9 years now. So every day, and I tell people when she told me to do it, I told her no at first, but here we are. So Yasmin Dada Jones, PhD, Master of Public Health, and Master of Science, previously served as an Executive Policy Director for the Pennsylvania Department of Health. In that role, she was responsible for developing evidence-based policy for the governor's policy office and for executive management in the Pennsylvania Department of Health. Before arriving in Harrisburg, she was the chief director, social sector in the policy coordination and advisory service of the presidency of South Africa, in which role she provided technical policy advice to the president and deputy president of South Africa. In this position, in this position, she was instrumental in developing a blueprint for social policy action for South America for the next decade, as well as monitoring and evaluation work. Yasmin has 30 years of experience in public health, planning, research, implementation, and evaluation. She has conducted research on issues as diverse as economics to health promotion. As a health economist, she has studied the impact of poverty, mutual microfinance, impact of poverty and inequality on health. As a public health professional, she has worked on women's health and children's health, as well as concentrated on developing a sustainable health program. Additionally, her background as a molecular biologist has also helped in developing a public health research priority process for South Africa. She is an alumna of the University of Pittsburgh Graduate School of Public Health, having earned a Master of Science in Hygiene there in 1992 and a Master of Public Health in 1993. She earned her PhD in Health and Economic Policy Analysis in 2002 from the University of Maryland, Baltimore. So please help me welcome Dr. Dada Jones.
Thank you, Venus. Good to meet everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. DJ, we're ready whenever you are.
I'm ready.
So you have the ability to share your screen and everything.
Okay. I'm just going to talk a lot today. So there's no slides, but I wanted to start off by saying, a lot of our people tend to be very reluctant to take vaccines that are developed in the United States, primarily because we don't see, and even in clinical trials, we don't see many Black people in clinical trials, or just any person of color. It doesn't really matter. It's not just African American, but any person of color in these trials. But I want people to remember that a lot of these clinical trials are also conducted in other countries. So for example, with the vaccine, AstraZeneca vaccine, with the Moderna vaccine, and with the Pfizer vaccine, we had clinical trials in South Africa, which is how we knew that they were variants, that these, were not as effective against corona as they would have been if they had been, made in South Africa. But I also want to just alert us to a few other things that are happening around the world. Like I know in Africa now, we have a vaccine institute in South Africa specifically that will uh, be focused on looking at diseases to find vaccines for people in Africa, which means that the African diaspora across the world would also benefit from that. Um, we've also been testing vaccines in Africa for a long time from Cuba. So a lot of the Cuban and Brazilian ones get tested in South Africa and India because there's a partnership between these countries to test vaccines, because we just as much are concerned about the fact that these Western pharmaceutical companies don't do clinical trials among our people. So so just to alert you that it's not that it's just in the United States, maybe they don't do clinical trials with African Americans, but a lot of the medications, a lot of the vaccines are tested in populations that are similar. Okay, so it's not like it's never been tested on Black people or people of color. And one of the reasons for that, and this has got to do with the background of the way the world actually works these days. I don't know if you're aware, but a lot of people are aware of this Western countries having partnerships in doing certain things. But the southern countries, the southern, the southern, South America, many parts of Africa, Australia, Malaysia, New Zealand, those parts also have partnerships. And then we have partnerships with the non-aligned countries, those that don't have nuclear weapons. And they too have partnerships in health where we test medication. Because today, I will tell you now, honestly, all medications come from India or they're made in China.
Yes.
And so, for that reason, they have to be tested in our own countries before we allow them, before we give them permission to sell those drugs in our countries. So just so you're aware, there are all these partnerships that are happening across the world that are now involving a lot of people of countries where people of color reside mostly. Those vaccines are tested in those countries. Medications are tested in those countries before approval is given. Now, South Africa happens to be one of those countries which has a very sophisticated healthcare system, like the United States, with a large population that doesn't have access, but the part that has private access is very, very good. Those parts also have partnerships. Right. And then we have partnerships with the non-aligned countries. Okay. So these kind of partnerships and where those vaccine trials are taking place are important for us as African Americans, as Asian Americans, as Latino Americans to understand that they are being tested on people of color. And they've been tested in countries that traditionally have at least a research capacity. So like in Kenya, we have high research capacity. Uganda, good research capacity. South Africa, Botswana. Botswana is a country that has been using HIV medication since forever. It's free to anybody who is HIV positive. So too in South Africa, medication for people with HIV is free. So all those have been tested. For example, I'll give you an example of something we know that they don't do in America, and there's a reason why they don't do it. When the vaccine, when nevirapine, I don't know if you've ever heard of nevirapine, but nevirapine is a drug that's given to pregnant women who are HIV positive so that they don't pass the HIV on to their babies.
Good job.
More effective than a C-section. Normally, a person who is HIV positive and is pregnant gets a C-section to prevent transmission of the virus through the vaginal canal. The nevirapine given to the women stops that transmission. Okay. So the babies are born HIV negative. However, there is one very big problem with that. The woman takes nevirapine, she becomes resistant to the HIV cocktail that they give, the antiretrovirals. So she will die. And that's why in the United States, they don't give nevirapine because the woman will become resistant to the drug. That we found out in South Africa. That was from a clinical trial that was done in South Africa. So that's why in the United States, you don't have nevirapine. Okay, so they are kind of these things that are happening around the world that I don't think many Americans know about, and especially we African Americans, we tend not to know about these things because that information is never filtered through our news streams or the even in Facebook, nobody talks about that. But I just wanted to let you know that one of our major concerns is this issue with vaccine hesitancy. And that is a very big issue. So from my perspective, I'm fully vaccinated. I took the Pfizer vaccine, but as soon as these issues with the Johnson and Johnson vaccine are resolved, I will be taking the Johnson and Johnson vaccine voluntarily. And here's why. The Pfizer vaccine is very effective against the original um, coronavirus. Um, and all of them, regardless, even Johnson and Johnson, are 100% effective against hospitalization. So you will get sick, but not that sick that you will require hospitalization. All of them will do that. And that's the main focus, right, for our vaccine is to make sure that you don't get hospitalized. You don't get sick enough to get hospitalized. The second thing is that it prevents you from dying because if you get hospitalized and you get sicker, chances are you'll die. So if it prevents you from getting hospitalized, meaning that you don't have such a severe case of it, you restrict the person from dying, okay, from corona. And they can die from something else, but they won't die from corona infection. But the Johnson and Johnson one is very effective against the Brazilian and South African variants. Now, it what when we talk about the 92%, 95%, and 85%, does everybody know what that means? Okay, so when we say Pfizer is 95% effective, that means if we gave 100 people the vaccine, 5 people will get infected with that vaccine, right? Out of 100 people, okay? But what they found with those 5 that do get infected, they don't end up getting a serious infection. And the other 95 don't get it at all. So it means that in 5% of the cases, you can get infected, even with the vaccine, but you don't get so sick that you need to go to hospital. With the other 95, it stops them from getting the infection to begin with. So it's effective like any other vaccine. But in all of the cases, with Johnson and Johnson, it means that out of 100 people, 85 won't get infected, 15 will, but none of those 15 end up in hospital, which means the infection is not as severe, right? So when they say Johnson and Johnson's vaccine is 85% effective, it just means that of those people that are vaccinated, if 100 people are vaccinated, 15% will get infected with the vaccine. So you can end up being corona positive with the vaccine, 15 of you out of 100, but you won't get sick or sick enough that you have to go to hospital. So in that sense, all of them are 100% effective against hospitalization. That 85, 92, 95 doesn't matter, right? Because they stop you from going to hospital. All of them, every single one of them, 100% stop you from getting to hospital. 100% stop you from dying from corona-related illnesses. So they're all effective. But why I said I want to take Johnson & Johnson is because it is 68% effective against the variants. And the South African variant is very, very, very powerful. And hey, I'll take my chances. if I'm going to be one of those 32% of people, 68% of people that's protected, but I have protection from Pfizer that will stop me from going to the hospital, I'm taking it, which is why I was a bit, upset that they stopped the trials because they started seeing these clots. And for us as African Americans, we have to be very careful because we have a higher propensity to get clots and die from strokes. We already have those risk factors. So adding on a Johnson & Johnson vaccine is not helping our cause. So I'm glad that they paused it to find out, what's going on. But once that's cleared, I'm taking my Johnson & Johnson shot as a booster because that variant is mega horrible. Now, does anybody have any questions or, that I can sort of answer as I'm going? So I don't like to keep talking by myself.
Well, Dr. DJ, I'm glad that you did bring in the elephant that is basically in the room about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And I knew that that would be a huge topic for this event. And I know that the COVID panel was going to discuss that as well.
Venus, sorry, can you speak up a little bit because your voice is going back and forth?
Okay. How's that?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. I had to turn up my volume, but I'm thankful that you talked about the elephant in the room, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. There has been a lot of a lot of very people are sort of iffy in it, and of course this is an excuse to not get vaccinated. So again, as I said before, this whole thing is not to sort of change your mind if you have decided not to be vaccinated or to be vaccinated. It is just to bring that information to you, and you are to do with it as you will. And that's why we created this panel in the first place. But looking at Johnson & Johnson, do you think that it will actually be permanently taken off the market?
I don't believe so. I don't really believe so because I think, the way they're making these vaccines today, and if you guys would like, I can explain to you how these vaccines were made, what kind of things that they're supposed to invoke, what they're not supposed to invoke, and I can compare the different vaccines so that if you need that kind of explanation, I'd be happy to do that. But no, I don't believe they will because two reasons why. One of them is that we know sometimes, vaccines do elicit a hyper response. And that what we call a cytokine storm. And that storm can cause other things to happen. And so in people who already have a propensity towards strokes, which is an inflammation actually, right? And you're provoking a bigger inflammation reaction, you precipitate a blood clot, which can lead to storms. So, which can lead to death, okay? Which is then a coronavirus-related death, because, or a Johnson & Johnson related death, but it's not because the virus did, because the vaccine did it. It's because your body is fighting that vaccine. In essence, it's our own body fighting what's coming in, but fights too hard. It's like sending, okay, so in some sense, I'll give a battle strategy. Those of you that have been in the military will probably understand this or can correct me if I'm wrong. But you're sending you're sending tanks to a little picket fence, right? Your body starts sending these tanks out, shooting tanks, and you have this little thing that's about the size of that, and you try to hit it with the tank. And that's what your body is doing. Your body is marshaling the entire military, not just the Air Force, the Marines, the Army, the Coast Guard, everything. It's sending it all there to fight this little thing. And so your body overreacts to that stimulation. So it's really your body that's overreacting, that causes that reaction, not the vaccine itself. If I'd given you anything else that was also foreign at the same time and not just the vaccine, your body would do the same thing. So it's not the vaccine per se. Okay, it's just that the trigger, the vaccine acts as the initial trigger, and then your body does the rest. So a lot of the harm that comes from vaccines is because it acts as a trigger for, a whole bunch of things. But anything could precipitate that too. It's not just the vaccine. Some other trigger could come in and still precipitate the same reaction, which is why people are concerned. But I believe, one, that is because it's our body's response to it, but they are also looking into how, in fact, today there was an article published on how that those clots form when they are given the vaccine. And that's important information. I know people, in the context of this, are thinking about corona, but long term, it's very important for us as Black people, as people of color, because now we understand how clots form. One of the biggest causes of maternal mortality amongst Black women is clots, right? So if they understand how clots work, that's going to help us down the line to save a lot of Black women, right? So I believe that information is coming, like today, like I said, there was a publication on that today. So, as we begin to understand it, probably a couple of weeks, we'll be able to figure out how to treat that overreaction. But that is important information, because then when a woman comes in and she has clots, especially a Black pregnant woman, they'll be able to know how to treat her for that. So for me, and the whole issue about this vaccine, and I know we African Americans specifically, especially after Tuskegee, and Tuskegee is not the only one, right? Venus, remember when I told you in class, I gave you guys this slew. I mean, African American people have always been the experimental guinea pig for science, right? But this time, this is killing us in droves. We are the major group that is dying. We are the major group that is affected by it. It is the leading cause of death amongst African Americans. And that's saying something. Okay. Oh, I see all these questions. Sorry, I was so busy talking. I'll get back to your questions
I didn't want
after
to
I
interrupt
said
you.
a little bit.
I got a few that came through as well.
Okay.
There's one question about what side effects are on the cardiovascular system.
That we do not know.
Okay.
Because so far, now I don't know how many of you have been vaccinated, but if you are planning on being vaccinated, at your site, they should give you a little paper that talks about something called VSafe, Vaccine Safe. It's just called VSafe. It's an app that you pull down. It's from the CDC, and they will track your symptoms. So if you're given a vaccine, you put it down, and the CDC will send you a text that says, today, now is your time to tell us how you're feeling today, what symptoms you have. That data has not been analyzed completely, right? What we do know, for one thing, we do know that it acts on the immune system, of course, that's its intent, but that it can provoke an inflammatory reaction far above what is needed. Well, heart disease is an inflammatory reaction. It's a out of sync inflammatory reaction in your body. So if something is, hyper, putting your inflammatory response in a hyperdrive, there are chances that, because it could exacerbate it. There is. I'm not saying that they definitely is, but the probability exists. The possibility exists, but the probability I cannot tell, But from what I can gather so far on the analysis, there has been very little studied on that issue. Very few people have exhibited any symptoms of cardiovascular illness, even amongst the long haulers. But like I say, your lungs and your heart work together, right? If I'm putting a lot of pressure on your lungs, your heart is going to start having to bear the burden, because your blood goes in through your heart, goes into your lungs to get oxygenated, right? comes out through your lung, goes through back into your heart, so your heart can pump it. So the chances are there is a probability that it will affect just by basic physiology, but that effect we do not know. Okay. So so clinical trials, that's an important issue. And I still think that Black people are terrifically, um, we are terrifically underserved in that sense. But the other thing nobody ever tells us is that you can volunteer for a clinical trial without having somebody come to your door and tell you to ask you to do that. There are sites. There is a site at NIH. It's called clinicaltrials.gov. And all of these clinical trials that are approved by the NIH, National Institute of Health, and the CDC are on there. For whatever disease you have, whatever disease you want to know. But because of the digital divide, we're having these issues, right? Because many of our people don't have access to internet, and many of us are not as educated about the sites where we can go look. But this clinical trial site will tell you every single registered clinical trial here in the United States and worldwide on any issue that you want to know about. So if you want to volunteer for those sites, you can go on the site and register to volunteer for those. It's not as simple as just saying, oh, okay, I come up to you and say, will you volunteer? I mean, you have to go through a screening process and there's all kinds of stuff that they have to do before they put you in. But yes, that site is important. And I would really love to see people talk about that site in our communities. Tell people that's where you can go to our librarians. Maybe a library can have a function for a day, how to register for a clinical trial. So when people are there, they can, educate about clinical trials. So that is one way we can get in. The other question was how to encourage our families and friends to do their research versus watching Fox News. Well, news, but Fox News specifically. Um, that is a harder one because we have a history, as I've said before, and you all know this, of our reaction with the interaction with the medical profession. It's not being good, and it has never been good, and it continues not to be good. Right? You all know those studies that people have done that have shown Black women get treated the worst. Everybody, does everybody know about those studies? Right? So Black women, if you take a white man, white woman, Black woman, all have the same address, they have the same zip code, they have the same insurance. Black women get the worst treatment and have the worst outcomes. So there's that too. There's the racism in medical field. Same with nurses. I hate to say this, but among the most racist people I've met are nurses. And so we have an issue there. I mean, talking to our people about the vaccine itself, I think people are worried that they think they're going to be experimented on. And granted, this particular vaccine is experimental, but one way we can um, sort of encourage them is that between these three vaccines, almost 250,000 people have been tested worldwide. So I know for the Pfizer, there was about 90,000 people. For Moderna, there was another 80,000. John's AstraZeneca, which was the other one, they were like 30,000. Sputnik virus has been tested with almost 2 million. These ones I'm talking about are only the ones that are in the Western world. Sputnik, 1 million people. Um, Novax, which is the Sinovac, which is the Chinese one, has been tested on almost 2 million people. So it's not like these things are just coming out and, we just say like, hey, of course, people are not going to trust the results of what they say about the Sputnik vaccine and the Sinovacs because, it's like communist countries. And we African Americans tend to be very suspicious because our men and women have been the ones that have gone and fought these wars. primarily against the communist countries. So we have a big issue with that. Cuba itself is also developing a new vaccine, and that has so far been found to be very effective. But of course, we never see the back of that one because we're not going to get that from there. So we're stuck with these three, and maybe AstraZeneca if Britain decides to, give us some. But as far as encouraging people, I think they're just afraid that they've been experimented on. And the truth of the matter is, none of us know what's going to happen, right? I mean, I just don't want to die from COVID. I'm gonna die, and like my cholesterol is high. Chances are I can drop down dead from a heart attack tomorrow morning, right? But I just don't want to die from COVID. So, but there are many. There's almost 2.5 million people with every vaccine that exists today. As many people have had that have been tested with that vaccine as they have died in the world today, right? So that's one way we can encourage them. But overall, particularly with our people, we have to make the point that we're protecting our children because now we're starting to see the surge amongst young people, and that makes sense simply because we shut the schools down. Everybody all over the world shut schools down. That was the first thing they did, right? And now they're opening them up, and yo, there we go, right? So we need to make it, of all the communities, African American communities or people of color communities care a lot about their children, much more, in my experience, than other communities. And so if we make that clear that it is for our children, not for any stranger out in a parking lot, in a what you call it, in a grocery store or the hairdressers, nail salon, or in the bar or pub. It's not about them. It's about our families, and it's about keeping our families safe. The question I also ask is the reason why we are more susceptible to coronavirus is because we tend to have diseases that are more linked with respiratory infection, heart disease, diabetes, all inflammatory diseases that make our body weaker. So we are more susceptible to dying from it. So that's, I think, in my view, just sitting down and explaining to somebody, this is not about the auntie down the street. This is about us and how do we protect us, And I think we'll get that message across, much better. But you have to overcome the resistance to the medical profession. And the only way I can think of it is to tell people that it's been tested around the world. It's not just us. We haven't been only the ones that have been tested. Literally 2 million people in the world have been tested with one or other vaccine. And so far, we're not seeing what everybody's saying, the short term anyway. We're not seeing the things that would have seen with other vaccines. Now, what makes this? So let me answer a couple of information. I think, um, the issue about, let me see, how far am I? I'm sorry, there were so many questions.
You have a lot of questions about the blood clots.
Yes, the blood clots are a big, yeah. Go
One
ahead.
is should they have the vaccine because they have blood clots? Another one is the correlation of women of childbearing age, and is there a correlation with birth control that is contributing to the blood clots?
We don't know that because we never had that young group. As a group, we've not analyzed the data to see. Now they have a pregnant woman study that's coming out soon because they tested them on specifically pregnant women and saying it's safe. I don't know if they did that with the Johnson and Johnson. I know they did it with Pfizer and they did it with Moderna. They've done it with AstraZeneca in Britain. I mean in Sweden. So those three we know for sure don't have not won't be affecting pregnant women adversely. Johnson and Johnson, I would hesitate. I would not advise Johnson and Johnson if you already have a D-dimer score that is high. I would not in pregnant women also. I would not, I personally, not from any health basis, but just my immunology knowledge and my physiology knowledge. I would be hesitant to recommend J&J for somebody who already has a high propensity towards that, for somebody who is pregnant. Okay. And so I think until they've resolved these issues, Johnson and Johnson is not, should not be your first choice, right? If they do, and you are in any one of those groups, you have the right to refuse that. You have the right to ask for Pfizer or Moderna, because we have that high risk just built in. And I have my own theories about why. Uh, and I actually believe that racism has caused a lot of our ill health. Aside from the fact that as African, as African Americans, we tend to not eat as healthy as everybody else, right? But that's also historical. And there's the issue of epigenetics here that matters. You know, for example, let me give you an example of a known example, and then you can think and bring that to your own situation. In Finland during the war, there was a town where people were normal weight, you know, um, they were eating normally as Finns do, butter and all that good stuff, and. And during the war, this particular town, it was locked up in the mountains somewhere, had no access to food, so a lot of the people were starving, right? So for a generation of kids born to that during that World War, there was not enough food, right? So after the war, when there was food, and somebody was studying this community, don't ask me why, I forget now, but they just studied them. For 7 generations after that, the World War, was it 40s, 60s? No, 4 generations after that war, when people started eating all these unhealthy foods, nobody got fat in that community. Nobody, not one single person, but just that community. And so we learned about this field called epigenetics. Epigenetics is a field of study where the environment triggers a genetic change. You know, it triggers a genetic. Sometimes it's not a change in the DNA itself, but just switches it on or switches something off when it's not supposed to be off. And that's what we think happens. So in America, if you're looking at history of racism, we have a lot of stress on us, right? From that, good Lord, God knows I don't like to walk down the street anymore. I mean, I will not walk when I'm alone. I won't send my son alone. I'll walk with him. And believe me, I have a knife on me, which is not something I had ever thought of doing or carrying with me. So, I'm stressed. Stress is an inflammatory response. Stress produces inflammatory response. That's why it is my belief that racism in this country has caused a lot of the illness amongst African Americans, specifically because of the history of what has happened in this country, right? So we're dying because of racism. We're dying because of racism. Racism is killing us, literally, right? So we have all these inflammatory responses that are happening on this side. Then we have our own personal lives, stress adding to that, right? Then we go to work and the same thing happens there. And, it's like we're just in one big stress pool. Are you surprised then our health is gone to hell in a handbasket? So that's my belief, but that's my personal belief. So I'm not, but I think Venus knows about this. So she knows my view on that. But anyway, so let's see. How do we seek out Johnson and Johnson? You ask as a booster if you want it as a booster. Once all this once all this crap has gone down and everybody has given you more information, you ask. You go to your doctor and you say, I want the Johnson and Johnson booster shot. And here's the reason why. So, okay. So now I talk a little bit while I'm answering this question. Let me talk to you a little bit about the molecular biology, the biology behind these vaccines. Okay. So, Moderna vaccine. I'm sorry. The Pfizer vaccine is an mRNA vaccine. Does everybody know what an mRNA vaccine is? Okay. So in the cell, I just have to. I'm just going to go off, but I'll keep talking as I just have to recharge my wonderful computer here. Okay, so the Moderna, you probably heard a lot about this. Moderna and Pfizer, what we call mRNA vaccines. Okay. Does anybody, somebody else know what that means? Yeah. Okay, so in your cell, when we're making proteins, when we're making when our genetic material divides, when we have new cells formed. So when you were a little thought in your mother's head when you were being born, that's how your characteristics pass along to your children. It's from the DNA, correct? But for the DNA to pass along to your child or to be expressed. So Venus, do you look like your mother or your father?
I look like my mom.
Okay. So why is it that you look like your mom and not your dad?
I think she has stronger genes.
There we go. Now, the genes that we have, what we call genes, are DNA. To make another copy of a cell from one cell to another cell, you have to take the DNA and make it into RNA. And it's usually made into messenger RNA, mRNA. And it literally is a message because it takes that little strand and it goes over to your little protein making factories and it reads that little strand off and makes a protein. That protein is expressed in what you look like, right? But once that protein is made, that mRNA is chopped up because it's a single strand. So it doesn't go anywhere. It floats around and then all the enzymes come in and they chop, 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 and it's done. Okay. That's what this Moderna and Pfizer vaccines are made of. They're made of mRNA. What they have is a strand of RNA, is a strand of bases, okay, that make up the basis of our genetic code. And they're just like units of them stuck together like a little necklace made with little blocks, right? And this little necklace is inserted into our cell, and our cell translates that message into a protein. That protein, and the way they engineered this messenger RNA, because that's the part that's man-made, the messenger RNA, right? Is that at the end of it, as soon as it goes in, now some of them can go into your cell wall and they can stick out like this, right? They'll stick out like that. Some of them are kicked out of the cell. And what these guys have engineered is that the protein is kicked out of the cell immediately. It doesn't stick to the cell surface, which would be bad because if it stuck to the cell surface, we'd be attacking our own cells. So what it does, it's caused it to kick itself out into our bloodstream or the cytoplasmic fluid, where our immune cells see it, attack it. Now they know that this protein is not supposed to be here. So when the virus comes in with that protein on the top, suddenly your body goes, oh, I know that guy, even though he's stuck onto the virus, right? The top of the cover of the virus. So once the the antibodies attack that, they break up the virus. That's how this mRNA vaccines work. And that's why I'm not so afraid of taking them, because I would have been had that mRNA not been designed in such a way to kick the protein out into the bloodstream. Because once the protein is out in the bloodstream, I'm okay with that because that's where I want it to be. I don't want it anywhere near my cells because I don't know what it can do, right? So it kicks it out. And the mRNA that's left in your cell is chop, 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 because that's what happens to mRNA. Once the enzymes are amazing, you know, human cellular mechanisms are amazing. Once you come to a site that says end, there is a little amino acid sequence, 3 of them, that tell the enzyme to stop making any more of this. And it says end. As soon as it says end, the other enzymes are there chopping, 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 chopping. So it's a really amazing how it works. So this vaccines that are just, no, Johnson & Johnson is not an mRNA vaccine. Okay. Pfizer and Moderna. So that's how Pfizer and Moderna's vaccines work. They inject, it's like basically taking a bottle, sticking a message into there, a little handwritten message, okay? And then it goes into your cells and it makes this protein and it kicks it right out, and your immune cells notice that this is not supposed to be there, and they come and they attack it, your antibodies attack it, and then the next time the virus enters, the antibodies recognize that, hey, this virus, it's not, this protein is not supposed to be in the body, and so kills the virus. Okay. The problem for us becomes when we have variants. RNA viruses, which coronavirus is, it is actually made up of a strand of RNA. That's what it is. RNA viruses are very good at producing what we call immune escape mutants. So for example, let's just say this is my finger, right? This is the protein, right? That normally my antibody would see. It will hitch onto that, says, I don't like you, knock it off, break it open, and we're done. Well, the immune escape mutants look like this. They still have the protein, but now the top part is hidden. So now my antibody comes along and says, I don't recognize any of this. Okay, nothing here, because it recognizes this part, right? Usually. Well, now this part is hidden. So now my antibody can't see it. That's what we call an immune escape mutant. It is still there, but my immune system cannot see it. It just cannot see it because the protein is not sticking out like this. That is the variance. That is what's been happening with these variants. They've been making this immune escape mutants. Okay. Now the antibody can't see it, and so it's useless. Johnson & Johnson's, though, which is not an mRNA vaccine, it is a vaccine that is made within another virus. So we have the mRNA sits inside something that was made from another virus. And so we recognize this outside thing, right, from the other virus. So we attack it, but then this thing releases its mRNA into our cells, which is then translated, and the protein goes out, and that's how. So there's an additional step in what happens with the Johnson & Johnson. But we're suspecting, and this is what I hear from South Africa and what I've heard from the people there, because we tested the Sputnik virus also in South Africa. The Sputnik virus cannot be given to people with HIV. We know that. In South Africa, about 20% of our population has HIV. We can't give the Sputnik virus because the Sputnik virus is made up of another virus. It has an adenovirus covering. And in people who are immune compromised, like people who are diabetic and people who have heart disease, this produces a cytokine storm. We know that. So you don't want a cytokine storm when your body doesn't have an immune system that works properly. So that might be why Johnson & Johnson's vaccine is not as effective or has these side effects. That might be one of the things, right? Our body is overreacting because it recognizes something. So, you know, That's with the Johnson and Johnson. So where was I? Okay, so now you guys know the difference between that one and Johnson and Johnson because they're not the same thing. Johnson and Johnson is very similar to the Sputnik virus and the Sinovac from China. The Sputnik vaccine from Russia and the Sinovirus from China, Sino vaccine from China, because they have what we call, they have carriers, right? They've been put in with another organism, leftover of another organism. That's why I'm so in favor. I knew nothing about mRNA virus vaccines until I started studying it and found, well, that makes a lot of sense from a biological perspective that we can do that. And yeah, I would say once all these things have, and we've got to about 80% vaccination coverage in the United States, you can ask your doctor for a Johnson and Johnson. And there would not be any side effects in terms of, you'd probably be a little more sicker than everybody else, probably get a higher fever, as with all vaccines. But you won't have any other known side effects if the issue with the clots gets resolved.
Maze, do we have time for a question?
Oh, please, please.
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, I'm sorry for the reverb. Hey, Dr. Jones. Wanted to ask, a lot of the medical pundits like Dr. Fauci and others are giving information about the vaccine, but I don't really hear them, or maybe some interviews I've heard. I mean, from interviews I might have missed from them, stressing personal health, exercise, diet, maybe supplements in their lives to also help boost their immune system. I was wondering, would you know why that is? That's not really also being pushed, as well as if you choose to take the vaccine.
Okay, right now we're just trying to make sure people get vaccinated. I think that's the push. We want to get our herd immunity up to 80% because that's about the level at which, so they're just pushing them. Just please get vaccinated, please get vaccinated. Any and all of the other things that you've mentioned, like even in that email, the text message that you've sent, even that makes sense, right? For any other thing to remain healthy, you should want to be healthy anyway. So you should be taking, care of yourself just so you don't get it to begin with. But I would also advise that in the United States, you must remember this is a medical model. Everything around health is about not getting sick, right? It's not about being healthy, right? We're not told to stay healthy. We're told to prevent ourselves from getting sick, right? Even this vaccine, it isn't about being healthy. It's about stopping us from getting sick. So this whole medical model in which the Western world seems to thrive on is about not getting sick. And staying healthy and not getting sick are two very different things. It's a world of difference between the two. And for us, really, we get treated from, like, for example, I've been trying diet and everything for like 6 months now. I have a very strong history of diabetes and heart disease in my family. And the one thing I've never ever wanted was diabetes. So good news, hallelujah, thank you, God. My A1C test came back negative, that I do not have pre-diabetes, nor do I have diabetes. But, and it's a big but, my cholesterol continues to remain high. No matter what I've done, I have put fiber in my diet. In everything that they said you must do, I have done, and it doesn't help. So finally, I have to go on statins, which I do not want to go. Believe me, I'm fighting like crazy. I'm trying to find another one, something else. But this is, you're right. Right now, the impetus is to just get people vaccinated because of, excuse me, because there is such a high resistance to the vaccine. And this time it's from everybody in the the country, right? It's not just African Americans. A lot of white Americans that are going to take this too. So I would say once everything has settled down, people will make the push for stay healthy, try to eat the right foods, try to eat, make your immune system more strong. And truly, honestly, exercise is one of the best, best things to fight a poor immune system, to strengthen it. Even walking 30 minutes a day makes even 20 minutes a day makes your immune system strong. You don't even have to take a whole bunch of supplements just to feel stronger, to feel healthier. Okay, let's see what else is there.
Okay, Dr. DJ, we're going to go ahead and let you rest your voice. I thank you so much for setting up the panel, because that's exactly what you did. And we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to get into the panel. So the panel will start at 12. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Over there. All right, welcome back, everybody. So let me introduce our COVID-19 panel. Let me change the view. Okay. All righty. I'm not sure why I am not in the center here, so I'm just gonna do it like this. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Yeah, I had a feeling. Anyway, Michelle Johnson is the president of the board of directors of Henderson-Hughes Health Partners. She holds a MSA in public administration from Central Michigan University, a BS in computer information systems from Baker College. She has worked in health insurance industry for over 12 years. I think it was over than that, and has an extensive experience in Medicare Advantage, which includes revenue management, compliance, enrollment, sales, and marketing. Ebony Colbert is a COVID case investigator for the state of Michigan. She received her master's in public health in 2019 from Western Michigan University. She is currently volunteering with Hope for HS and the Detroit Medical Reserves Corps. Evangelist Deborah Aguilar. Was ordained, in 2012 through Life Abundant Ministries. She received her license from Pastor Sean Abrams of the United National Church of God. As the head of Woman of Value Ministries, she provides guidance to women no matter where they're located. She provides counseling via telephone, video chat, social media to people who may be distraught in abusive situations, seeking to be free from drugs, experience a loss, or just wanting to talk to someone. Lastly, she does community outreaches such as water drives, feeding the homeless, hygiene purses, and holiday baskets. Nick Sweeney, National Board Certified Health Coach and founder of Amani Nicole Wellness, is changing the way women see what it takes to care for their health. In May 2012, she began her career in wellness in various roles from Zumba instructor to nutrition educator. As a Zumba instructor, she enjoys seeing her clients achieve fitness, but she wanted to become more of a resource to her clients. In 2016, Nick focused on behavior change psychology in connection to health habits as a health coach. The following year changed her outlook on women's health when she faced health challenges from fibroids to colon cancer. Nick's personal health journey inspired the creation of Beautifully Well, an innovative concept that supports women who are challenged with time, energy, stress, and the impact of chronic illness. Clients are supported with services located at her holistic wellness spa in Baltimore, Maryland. The pandemic pivot for Nick was in April 2020, so you had that pivot for a year now, Nick, when Beautifully Well received CDC recognition as a diabetes prevention program. Today, Coach Nick's purpose is centered around diabetes and prevention in light of the adverse reaction we see with COVID-19 and underlying health conditions. Regina Henderson-Hughes, the president of operations of Henderson-Hughes Health Partners H3P. Regina is currently pursuing an associate degree in computer graphics multimedia at Lansing Community College. And last and certainly not least, Christopher Hughes is the silent partner of Henderson-Hughes Health Partners H3P, a talented artist who created the original logo for H3P, and he helps in the decision-making process of H3P and is the co-puller of his wife, Venus Henderson-Hughes. Thank you, panelists. So I'm not gonna prolong you guys. Got a few questions that I created. And of course, I have my backup, Jan Ward, who is not physically on the actual Zoom, but she's in the Facebook part. So if we get more questions, I'll let you know. But the first thing that I want to ask you guys is, especially those of you who have experienced COVID-19, do you feel like you are immune to COVID since you have had it?
Or do we just talk? Okay, personally for me, no, I am so scared of getting it again. So I try to be as cautious as possible, always going out with a mask on, social distancing, always washing my hands. There are certain places I just refuse to go to. So crowded places like birthday parties. I don't do birthday parties. I don't do restaurants. I stopped going to the gym. Family functions, they have to be very small for me to attend because I am scared of getting it again. And I've heard of cases of people getting it again, and they say the second time is worse than the first time.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You getting it? What was your symptoms? What did you go through?
Um, I had difficulty breathing. I had the muscle aches and I had the headaches. It took me maybe like 2 months to truly recover from COVID because I had it in March of last year. My whole household had it because my husband lost his taste and smell before we knew that was a symptom, and he had been complaining about it. And then he had more flu-like symptoms, and my 2-year-old had flu-like symptoms as well. But they were recovered within a couple days. But for me, it took me a couple months.
Thank you.
Evangelist, you want to add anything?
Yes, I am afraid of getting COVID again, and I take every precaution. Anybody, my nurses, my physical therapist that comes in to give me attendance, to give me medical care, I make sure that they have gloves on, mask on, everything, not even touch me. Or as soon as they're leaving, I spray down my doorknobs, the seats, wherever they sat, because that's something I don't want to ever feel again. I'm still in the throes of COVID. I got blood clots behind it. I'm still being treated for it. And this has been since February. Venus, as a matter of fact, you're the one that encouraged me and told me, Mom, you need to go to the hospital because it don't sound right, whatever you're going through. And as a result, I was hospitalized in 2 different hospitals. First, the VA. I was there on the COVID ward for days and didn't even know my name by the time I got there. And after they released me, they gave me a steroid to take for so many days. At the end of the steroids, I ended up with blood clots. And with the blood clots, I ended up with my arm cut open in order to save my life because I was on the point of, I was gone because of the clots and we didn't know what it was. We didn't know if it was a stroke or whatever, but the pain was so bad. I begged my husband to go in the yard, pick up a big brick, and please just cut my arm off because that's how delirious I was with the pain. Could only scream, that was it. Unbeknownst to me, the blood clots was throwing from my heart and my chest. They went into my arm, all but the one, which I still have. And I have to be very, very careful. I'm on medication and it's crazy. This is the bag of medication that I'm on. I have to take this every day, part in the morning, part at night. And I can't miss one dosage because my blood shows if I miss one dosage, they come out and do blood tests, blood draws on me every couple of days. Physical therapist comes out to help me get the use back in my arm and my hands, which I can only lift so far or use so much. I mean, I can't even cook like I want to cook because I can't lift what I need to lift. So I don't ever want anyone to catch COVID because the pain, and I have a high tolerance for pain. Okay, I mean, it takes a lot to put me down. I'm 67 years old and it takes a lot to put me down. But COVID came into my house by the mailman, by me signing for a paper, a letter for my daughter. It was down from there. And after we did the tracing, because I don't go outside, I don't associate with people, except for my husband who works outside, but always tests negative. And for me to check positive, we didn't know where it came from. Came from the mailman, because I use his pen, because he caught me unawares when he knocked back on my door, my screen door, and says, "Oh, I forgot, you got to sign for this." He didn't give me the technology form to sign. He gave me a pen to sign, and I did without thinking. I didn't have on my gloves. And a few days later, I was through. I was through. And as a result of that, I ended up in another hospital with emergency surgery. As a matter of fact, there was no room in that hospital. The doctor that they called after the ambulance got me there, he told me, "We're gonna do a makeshift operating room for you and a makeshift recovery room for you, which will be a closet. So we don't want you to be afraid." He did surgery and saved my life. My life was saved, and my arm, he fixed it where it's straight now, kind of straight, and it's not twisted like it was all the way back, because my arm was completely black. I had no pulse, nothing. The only alternative the emergency room said was take her to surgery and just take the arm off, the complete arm. But this doctor says, "I know what it is." And he was in the area when they called him, and he had his team assembled within 15 minutes. But as a result, I'll probably be on warfarin and a lot of this medication for a very long time. So everybody put your mask on, wear your gloves, because if I have to go out the house, I look like they look in the hospital, like a zombie, because I'm gonna cover everything up, everything that I can cover up, because I don't want it. You don't know where you've been, where that person's been. My daughter, I won't even let her come to my house. She finally came and got mail that's been here for months for her. And I told her, "You better have your gloves on. I'll hand it out the door. I'll throw it out the door to you." And that's what I did. I threw it out the door, out the screen. "Don't come any closer, because I don't know where you've been. You got a house full of kids. I don't know where they've been. So I can't get COVID again. I can't afford to, because my heart and my lungs won't take it." And they said it was a miracle that I survived. And I'll tell you, it was just God. It really was. It was a miracle, because I'm not supposed to be here today. Being a Black woman and having seizures and having inflammation problems to begin with. So I'm glad that they clarified the Johnson & Johnson for me. That's the shot that I wanted. I don't want it now, especially when they start talking about the blood clots, because I already got blood clots. I don't need any more. We're trying to get rid of the one in the cavity of my chest, because the doctor says he can't remove it, because if he remove it, it might go down into my heart. Right now it's in the cavity of the chest. So as long as I'm careful, no massaging it, none of that stuff, and taking my warfarin and my medicine, and they finally got me on an adjusted amount for my body now, because I need to be between 200 and 300. I'm finally at a good dosage where I'm a little over 200. So the warfarin clinic is happy with that. So I just hope it just continues. And I just thank God that I'm still here, because I wouldn't be if I hadn't had one doctor that was guided by the Lord and said he was a Christian and that he's guided and he knows what he's doing. I'll have an ugly arm, but it's okay. I'll just keep massaging it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So may I just interject here and suggest something to everybody?
Yes.
Make sure people don't wear their shoes into your house. The vast majority of illnesses we get are from our shoes. And because our houses are not HEPA filtered, they bring what they bring in, and you get sick from that too. When I went into isolation, I don't normally wear shoes in my house, but I made sure no shoe ever touches outside and comes into my floor. Nothing. I open my doors completely every day, once a day, to get the air moving through it. I also, because I worked with people who were dying from COVID, and I come in from the hospital and my clothes are contaminated. I actually have a bag on my porch where I take off my outside clothes and put my clothes in there. I don't bring them into the house. I don't bring my shoes into the house. As soon as I step into the house, I have a shower. And then I do my business in my house, because the one way that people have forgotten how things get tracked into a house is through shoes. That's the other reason why Japanese and Korean people don't get so sick, because they don't wear shoes in their house.
Mm.
It's something to think about.
Okay. All right. I want to get to my part of the panel that and they know who they are. So you guys have received a lot of information with regard to the vaccines, to COVID-19 and everything. So to my panelists who have decided for whatever reason that they are iffy, I'm gonna use that, and iffy about taking the vaccine, what are your thoughts now?
Somebody else want to go first?
You can go first, Chris.
Okay. As I posed the question before our break, for me, my heaviest was 285, 286 or whatever. And with my change of diet, exercising more, I've been able to push down to 237. I've noticed an amazing difference with my change up of diet and exercising more. I have flat feet, so where working at my jobs was agonizing pain in both, feet or both foot, whatever. Anyway, I've noticed an amazing difference now that I'm able to last walking and standing up longer, and be able to move that much faster than I did when I was heavy. As I pose to Dr. Jones, the situation with Dr. Fauci, I'm not dismissing everything he's saying, but a lot of things I don't really hear him saying when he does his news conferences is the promotion of exercise. I understand what Dr. Jones is saying as far as the fact of that getting pushed out on taking the vaccine as the priority for America to do that and get themselves taken care of. Unfortunately, you have those that don't even, believe in the fact of exercise and diet. They just don't want to do it because they don't want to be told what to do. And it is what it is. People go on people. But for myself and for my family, the best thing I could do was to exercise and diet, eat better, and get myself healthier. And I've always felt that was the best thing for me in order to boost my immune system for almost anything that I would have to deal with. Because usually I'm introverted. I don't really go out like that. I don't really hang out like that. I'm not around people like that. So the aspect of me ever getting, since I also do the mask and wear gloves, stay the 6 feet away from people, or just move by them fast as I can if I'm in the store, something like that. Always to me was the best thing to do in order to deal with the situation. Now to the point that, okay, I have to be realistic. I'm 50 years old. I know I'm not indestructible, not that I ever thought I was, but whereas even though I'm taking all the proper precautions, don't necessarily mean that I cannot still get it. So I've now set myself up to change my mind. I will be getting the vaccine. In fact, I worked through my job, but unfortunately, that's going to be a slower situation to get me on a list to get the vaccine. So my wife is helping me go through another means that's hopefully a little more expedited to get the vaccine, and we'll go from there. I do have a concern as far as that
For the record,
downtime.
his wife is already fully vaccinated. Just put that out there. Already
Yeah.
fully vaccinated.
Yeah,
So is his
okay.
daughter.
That's nice. Okay, good for you. Anyway, because this is about me now. So okay, I'm just saying. Anyway, the only thing I'm concerned with our finishes is the fact of any results of me getting the vaccine. I've heard people having, still flu-like symptoms for a few days and can't even be. For me to contribute to take care of my household, I can't have downtime from my job. I have to keep pushing. So that's one of the biggest concerns I've had. That if I do get sick, how bad would it be? Will it lay me up where I can't, make my money like I want to, whatever. That's only, I guess, the main concern I've had about taking the vaccine after everything else. But I am resolved to take it once I'm scheduled to go ahead and take it. Okay, Michelle.
May I ask a question?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
In your state, does the state provide you with unemployment insurance due to COVID-related illness?
Yes, they do.
And you don't have anything to worry about in that instance because they will pay you your full amount.
Right. Just found out about that
just
recently.
throwing it out there because, that helps. I know for a lot of people, we're on the brink. That helps.
Okay.
You ready for me to talk now, Chris?
And lay it out there, partner.
Okay, so I think my perspective is a little different than Chris's because my whole family had COVID. We got COVID from my asymptomatic father, which we now found later wasn't asymptomatic because his only symptom was, to put it politely, diminished mental capacity. He kind of went crazy. He was doing a lot of crazy things. And we found out as a result of hospitalizing him for that he had COVID. And of course, then my whole family had COVID. Our symptoms, I should say the illness affected each of us differently. We had people that had I would kind of say a bad flu to no symptoms at all. So for us, at least, vaccination hasn't necessarily been a priority. And I think that's because we realize catching COVID in and of itself is not a death sentence. We looked at it statistically and we look at, how many people have had the disease versus how many people have died. And frankly, most of the people that I know that have had COVID, thank God, the majority of them have not died or become seriously ill. So I'm not going to say I'm opposed to getting the vaccine. I'm kind of, and I know the doctor is probably spinning in her head. I've always kind of been like an anti-vaxxer personally. I have bad reactions to vaccines. I have a child that was hospitalized due to having his routine vaccines because he had a bad reaction to vaccines. So I have just a distrust of vaccines in general. So for me, it's kind of like the attitude I've taken is, okay, let's see how it affects everybody else. Because of the speed that the vaccine came about, I almost feel like it's experimental. For me, I need to see a little more data, a little more time, understand the side effects a little better, because I know my body well enough to know I could be one of those people that have a bad reaction to it. I have children that can have bad reactions to it. And it's kind of like, okay, we've already had it. We know it won't necessarily kill us. So what's the harm in waiting a little longer to be vaccinated? To have a little more data, to understand a little bit better, because actually too, my preferred vaccine was the Johnson & Johnson vaccine because of, one, it's only one shot, and two, because it provided protection against the variants. But now I'm hearing these things about blood clots and things of that nature. So now I'm like, oh, okay, well, how about we wait on that one too before we do that one as well. I know a couple of people who have had the vaccine who have since gotten COVID from after having the vaccine. One of them, she got ill enough, she was in the hospital for like a day or two. The other one, she didn't get as sick, but she got pretty sick. So it's just one of those, for me, it's kind of like, I'm not going to say I won't get it. It's just not a priority for me. I am a person that when I go out, I do wear a mask. I do take hand sanitizer with me, because to me, wearing gloves, I don't know, to me, in some ways, to me, wearing gloves is almost pointless, because it's like you're bringing the germs from the gloves into your car, even if you didn't, just like you would if you didn't have on gloves. But I keep hand sanitizer in my car. I was already a borderline Venus can attest, a borderline germaphobe before this happened. So I'm always washing my hands. I'm always have some kind of hand sanitizer, hand wipes, something, or always washing my hands. So I haven't had a cold even really up until I had COVID. I hadn't had a cold in like 2 or 3 years, because all during flu season and cold season, I'm constantly washing my hands, being careful about touching stuff. I'm one of the people that use, for those old enough to know, I'm gonna tell my age, the brown Lysol to clean my house during cold and flu season, because I don't even want a cold to come in my house, let alone COVID. So when we all got COVID, it was scary, but our experience was not, I'm not going to say not negative. It wasn't as bad as other people's. So do I think we could get it again? Probably. But then the question becomes, okay, since it's a novel virus, we don't know how it impact us if we were to come in contact with it again. We have been fortunate that we have not come in contact with it again, even with, pretty much a lot of people around us having COVID. We haven't come in contact with it again. Our kids, I have teenagers. I have 3 of them in my home. So they play sports, they go to school because school was reopened. And we've been fortunate enough, they haven't brought it back in. They have jobs outside the home where they're in contact with the public. They're very mindful about social distancing, wearing their masks, washing their hands. And we've been fortunate that it hasn't been brought back into our home. So I wouldn't necessarily say I was against it. I'm just a person that I need a little more information. I understand the science behind it. I just need more information and develop, I guess, a little more comfort that if I get this shot, it won't be worse than the alternative, because I know COVID won't kill me.
Thing is, the old COVID may not kill you.
Okay.
The new COVID will kill you. My nephew died from it in South Africa. He had COVID before. Wasn't so bad. This time, it killed him. So, I'm not trying to be a scary cat. I absolutely agree with you on everything you have just said. That's why I started doing I don't know where you do your research, but with mine, I go on Google Scholar and I look at published journal articles, and I have that in my news feed. So every time a new article comes along, I read it, see what it's doing. Because like you, I also went into isolation, stopped I would say don't wear gloves. Gloves is not
yeah.
Don't wear gloves. Gloves is a really, just what you said. Even in nursing, we don't walk with a pair of gloves from one room to the other. We take the glove off before we leave the room and throw it in that room, right? So gloves is not helping you, but sanitizer will. And also the way you use the sanitizer. I don't know. Can somebody illustrate to me how you use sanitizer when you get it? Just show me what you do with your hands.
You mean like, well, when I use it, I use a
Hey, Chris Hughes, you live with sanitizer. You want to share that?
Yeah.
I usually I put it in my hands and rub both hands, and I usually shake them till they dry. No? Okay.
So here's the way. I'm going to try and show you, right? There's a medical way of doing it. Pour it into your hand. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J,
Oh
K,
yeah, I do all
L,
that.
M, N, O, P,
Between the
Q, R, S. Take your thumbs in your hand like this. P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Do you see?
Mm-hmm.
Until it's dry. Until your hands
Oh,
are actually dry. Yeah.
Okay,
And you have to do this between your fingers,
I do that.
at the bottom,
I even
rub
go
the
like
top.
down my wrist.
Yeah, yes, I do that too.
My
And
wrist.
rub your fingertips against your hand like that, because
Okay.
it's not the alcohol that kills it, it's the friction.
Okay.
So the friction against your hands, you know. Well, I'm just giving some public health thing, I mean, people have survived without it, but that's how we nurses do it when we go from room to room. That's what we do. We make sure going in and going out. But gloves, don't wear gloves. I would advise.
Yeah, and my sister is she works in ER, and she told me, she said wearing gloves is pointless. She said it's the same. She said you're going to have the same problem if you wear gloves as if you just use your hands. You might as well just use your hands. There's no point in wearing gloves.
I agree with that mostly. I at my job I have to wear work gloves because we deal with pallets and heavy material, whatever. For the most part, I have a personal bottle of hand sanitizer on me at all times. Once I'm done doing my moving of product or crates or whatever it could be, I will wash my hands in the truck and then go my business there. And then part of my job is to bring full material from one facility and bring the empties back to that facility so they can go ahead and keep going back and forth. So it's definitely a lot of constant hand washing going on.
A lot of people that I see in public with gloves are not taking their gloves off right. So I'm like, you just basically just put the germs back on your hands. There's no point you even wearing the gloves. And then you're not disposing of them properly because people are throwing them on the ground. And so in addition to not wearing them properly, you're creating more litter.
Okay, I do have one last question, and yes, timekeeper, I know we're past due, but give me one because I really want to ask this question before we end the panel. Can you guys share your thoughts about the pandemic currently, and how it's being handled in your state? Because I know a lot of us are around the country, and of course, unfortunately for us in Michigan, we're number one. So and Ebony, you're here, so you can take the floor for Michigan if you want. But definitely, please share what's happening around the country.
Yeah, well, Michigan, we are number one. As a COVID case investigator, we can't reach all the people that are testing positive. So we're focusing on people 30 and under at this point. I know the variant is here, the B117. Also, schools have opened back up completely in some areas. Um, and I think that's contributing to a lot of our pediatric cases. We have a lot of pediatric cases right now, and our hospitalizations for kids are up as well. So I think between that, restaurants, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not helping, but I know our governor, I thought she was going to shut things back down, but she's not. I don't know if she doesn't have the power to like she used to. I know they did strip her of some of her powers. And she was also threatened last year too. Like people really plotted on her life because they couldn't get a haircut. So um, I think those things are why we're number one. Mostly, and I think we have a lot of our population that are like 50 and over that are vaccinated as well. And And so they are not comprised of our hospitalization like they were in the past. So a lot of kids are getting sick. A lot of kids are being hospitalized now. And more things are just open that weren't open in the past.
Anyone else?
Pennsylvania, I mean, we're starting to reopen. Our restaurants have opened, our schools opened 2 weeks ago. Our caseload is going up, but our biggest problem is we're at 70% vaccination rate, right? We just can't get that 10%. Nobody wants to go to get herd immunity so we can open up everything, but our hospitalizations have also gone up. So we're kind of following Michigan's, also younger people, also, because the younger ones are going to the bars. The bars are open now. So and somebody mentioned a cost of 200,000. We're getting bills of 1 million, 1.5 million. So.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I can chime in for Maryland, mimicking Dr. Dr. Data Jones, that our concern here are young ones. Our schools are open. They're not at full capacity. They're still doing a hybrid. They are some of our students are, in, and then they're on a rotation while they still support virtual learning. But our cases are increasing, and they're rising ridiculously. Many of you are familiar with Ocean City. So spring break has not paused any activity, and those numbers are rising steadily, especially for those 30 and under. 30 and under. Our restaurants, it's a huge, huge, economically, we can just see that we're challenged in trying to support businesses, especially the hospitality industry. And so just, real quick to wrap up, we're seeing things. I'm going to do, I call in an order at one of our favorite restaurants, and I go in to pick it up. And I kid you not, if you walked into that bar, you would say pandemic what? When there's no social distancing, where the bar itself is at capacity, the party room, there are balloons in the party room, there are people talking and having conversations with no protective gear, and the only people wearing masks are is the staff. So that's just one out of thousands of restaurants. We can only imagine what our numbers will look like over the next 30 days.
Anyone else? Well, panel, I thank you for providing your expertise. Dr. Data Jones, I thank you for being a part of that and keeping the data in there and keeping us all honest and letting us basically honestly and openly share our feelings about what's going on in this pandemic as people of color, as people who are apprehensive about vaccines for whatever reason. Again, this panel was not to change anybody's mind, regardless. It is just to give you that information. Do with it what you will. Whatever your choice is, it is your choice, and it is not our business. But thank you so much, panel. We're going to move to our next speaker. I'm going to take like a 5-minute break, and then we're going to get our next speaker on, who is perfect because she's going to be talking about mental health. So just a second.
I'm going to go to that place. Give so much.
The corned beef place.
No.
Where?
Castle.
Okay. You go to what place?
Yeah.
Hey.
You know I got some okra in there for you.
Welcome back. We are about to start our mind, body, and soul section of our expo. And speaking of mind, Miss Selma Ahmed she works as a community care coordinator in the mental health field. She has a master's in public health and has been working in the behavioral mental health field for about 7 years. And she is our next speaker. So please help me welcome Selma. Selma, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I really appreciate it. And all of you guys have been really great today, sharing very informative information that we all need to know, especially about the vaccine, the virus, and it's very, very informative information that the public will find very needed. So speaking of the pandemic, how like affected everybody, especially our mental health. Like I just feel like our mental health was really greatly affected by it, and how people are very anxious about what's happening and what's to come, very uncertain about what's going on, just not knowing what's happening, and fear, also being socially isolated, like people who are already socially isolated in the past, like their social isolation level has increased and their depression, anxiety has increased. So it really has made a big, big impact on mental health. So before we dive in, I just want to talk about and I want to identify what mental health is. So according to the CDC, mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to make a contribution to her or his community. So mental health is really important because it's not just the way we think, it's the way we think, the way we feel about things. It's our physical, emotional well-being. So it kind of like does a lot of things. It's not just one thing, it's like a component of our overall health. And sometimes people get like confused and use mental health and mental illness interchangeably. So mental illness, there are conditions that affect person's thinking, feeling, or mood behavior, such as depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, or any condition that a person might. It's a long-lasting chronic condition that affects someone's ability to relate to others and function properly. There are some numbers that I just want to like share with everyone, statistics. Mental health are among the most common health conditions in the United States. So more than 50% will be diagnosed with a mental illness or a disorder at some point in their lifetime. 1 in 5 Americans have experienced a mental illness in a given year. And 1 in 5 children, either currently or at some point during their life, have or had a serious debilitating mental illness. 1 in 25 Americans lives with a serious mental illness such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or major depression. And the thing is with mental illness, and mental health, it's a very important topic. And the thing is, a lot of people like in different communities, especially like in marginalized communities, Black or, underdeserved communities, it's something that is looked as it's just really underlooked, and people judge other individuals who have mental illness or mental health. And there's a lot of misconceptions. There's a lot of people, just the way they think about it. It's just a lot of misconceptions about it, and that people who have mental illness or mental health, it's said that they're weak. They're not able to deal, with things in life, and that mental health or mental illness is something that is in a lifetime thing. But that is not true, because we all go through mental illness. Like, everybody goes through it. Like in life, there's things in life that we go through. Like, we have a crisis, in example, like a loss of someone that we love, a change of environment, a change of a workplace. There are a lot of things that can cause mental illness. Another example would be early adverse life experiences, such as trauma or a history of abuse. For example, child abuse, sexual assault, witnessing violence, or death, something that's really, really severe. And also biological factors such as genes or chemical imbalances in the brain, use of alcohol or recreation drugs, and just having a feeling of being lonely, like loneliness can be another part of that. And what else I want to discuss here? Okay, the signs. So there are signs when it comes to mental illness, and the way we can, a person might change the way they behave. There might be a change of their behavior, the way they think. Let's say lack of sleep, no appetite. Let's say they're sleeping a lot. They're not even able to get up and just complete just small tasks, such as taking a shower or cooking or brushing their teeth. Having excessive fear or worrying, just feeling very sad, or just having a really low self-esteem, just feeling confused, extreme mood swings, just feeling very agitated, avoiding friends or families, avoiding that social interaction, or not being with people, and just not answering questions when you talk to them. So these changes, we can see them in our friends, with our families. And the thing is, what we need to do as people that we love, or just friends, some people that we talk to, we have to talk about mental health. We have to normalize it. The way that we normalize it is by just having an open conversation with people that we know. It's okay to talk about mental health. It's not something that has to be hidden, and that people who have mental health or mental illness, they're usually struggling in silence. And that's not something we want to do. We want to be able to discuss it with our children, with our loved ones. Just have an open conversation with everyone about it, because it's very, very important and affect everyone. And it don't matter if you're young, if you're old, if it will affect everyone. In our lifetime, we will get it. So it's something that we really have to focus on. Now I would like to talk about where to get help. There is help out there. If we feel like we are not ourselves, we're not mentally there, we feel like we're not able to cope correctly, there's the first thing we can do. We can actually go to the doctor, see a psychologist, a psychiatrist, and get diagnosed. Because sometimes people take medications without getting diagnosed, so misdiagnosed. So we need to be diagnosed the correct diagnosis, so make sure that we know what we have, so we can manage those symptoms with medication. So medication management, that would be one option. Another option would be seeing a professional, a therapist or a psychiatrist, a psychologist. So that way we're able to share our feelings. We're able to talk about what is it that bothering us. And that's a great idea, because when you see a therapist or a psychologist, that's actually just conversation that we're having with that individual. So it's 100% private. We don't have to worry about someone else judging us. We don't have to worry about that. It's a private conversation that we're having with the individual. And also we're able to learn some coping skills and how to deal with these kind of situations when we get at the house, and for long term, how are we able to deal with it when we get those symptoms? What is it that we have to do to cope with those symptoms? And also another option would be attending support groups. I also showed this with my clients. So going to support groups can be very helpful. There are plenty of support groups for anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder. And one website that I actually love to share with all my clients is the Anxiety and Depression Association of America. It's adaa.org. So they do have different support groups in different areas. So if you can go to the website and go ahead and click on find help, and you have to put your zip code, and you'll be able to find different support groups in different states. Another website that I love, it's the SAMHSA, which is the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration website. This is a very useful resource as well. They also have some information about where to go for suicide preventions, like treatment facilities, a phone number to call, which is a national helpline phone number, which is 1-800-662-HELP or 4357. And there is also the NAMI, which is the National Alliance of Mental Illness. NAMI.org is another great resource that I love sharing with my clients. It's give you great information, and you're able to see different support groups, different places that you can go to get help. And another website that I'd like to share with you all is a website to find a therapist. So it's affordable private online counseling. It's called betterhelp.com. Sometimes, I know how seeing a therapist can be very expensive. Sometimes people are not able to afford it. So this would be a really great website to look at, and also talking to your health plan to see if you have any behavioral health benefits to see a counselor or a therapist. And one thing I would like to stress about the importance of self-care. Usually we're always like running, or we're always doing things, and we're just working and doing things, and we're not really focusing on ourselves, and just taking a pause, taking a break, and just give ourselves some time, just to focus on what is it that makes us happy, giving it a break. Self-care is really important, because if we're not able to take care of ourselves, we're not able to take care of other people. I always share this with my clients. It's we cannot share a half cup with other people. We have to have a full cup in order for us to share with other individuals. So imagine seeing yourself as a half cup. If we're not full there, how are we able to help other people? How are we able to be there for people? Like example, just hearing a loved one, or hearing someone who is going through a difficult time and just wanted to be there, listen to them and have an ear for them. That will take a stress. That's stressful, because we have to be ready to listen, right? So self-care is really important. And self-care can be as simple as taking a walk, taking a bath, reading a book, watching a movie, just things that makes us happy. We have to be able to validate our feelings, and we have to be able to put our feelings first. And I know sometimes it's hard, because, this is another topic that I want to talk about. It's setting boundaries. Usually we get really, like with family or people that we love, we feel like we are pressured to do things that we don't want to do, or we know those things will hinder our mental health status, or the way that we think it will hinder something in us. But we feel like we are obligated to do something. We are not. We're not obligated to do anything. We can say no. And I know Latanya will talk about that, and later she will talk about the importance of saying no and for rest. So that's another important thing as well. We're not obligated to do things that we feel like is not healthy for us and our mental health status. We have to set boundaries, and we have to put our self first, our needs first, and we have to validate our feelings. Let's see if we have any questions here. Yeah, people-pleasing syndrome can hurt us. That is correct, 100%. We have to be able to put ourselves first, and that's number one goal. We keep pleasing other individuals, we're just gonna hurt ourselves more and more. Yes, we do need to keep the conversation going, because the way we keep talking about mental health and how it affects everybody, we're opening the door and we're allowing other people to share their experiences and let them know that, oh, it's okay. You know, this person goes through it. This person goes through it. It's not only me that I'm going through it. It's other people are going through it, and it's normal. We have to normalize it, the topic. We have to normalize the things that we're going through. We have to normalize our symptoms, our feelings. It's normal. Yeah, that is correct, Joe. We have to practice ahead of time of how to say no. It's really difficult. I have to be honest, and for me personally, it's something that I'm still working on. We always try to feel like a pressure to just say, yes, I got this, I can do it. Like, let's say, in the family, like your siblings or anybody asks you to do something in the house, like, okay, yeah, I got this, I'll do the dishes, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this. And we're taking a lot of load, that we cannot just bear. And we just have a habit of just saying yes all the time. So we have to really work on it. It's a process, it's a process, and we'll get there, and we just have to practice it, and it will happen.
Sama, can I mute myself? Okay, Sama, can you share those links? And I was trying to catch them as they came in, so I can share
Yes.
the Facebook page as well. I got NAMI on there, and I have the first one, but I need the other ones to share over there as well. Anyone else have any questions?
Yes, I have a question for her. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I do have a question here. My daughter was diagnosed with mental illness, and it was a shock. I mean, after 4 kids and her always being on top of the world, and it's hard to know how to deal with her like that, because you never know what you can say, how to say it, or what she's going through, if she's having a bad day, if she's having a good day. And she was diagnosed being grown in her 40s, and it was very, very hard for me to really accept that, because I kept saying, you're so normal. When did this happen? How did this happen? So I'm coming to some acceptance of it and just trying to deal with it. I let her keep her distance when she wants to, or if she doesn't feel like talking about it or whatever, which she really don't ever feel like completely talking about it. She'll just say, oh, because I'll ask her, how you're feeling when I talk to it. Oh, it's not going away. It's the same, what do you expect, or whatever, So it's kind of hard to deal with people when they really don't want to completely talk about it. So you have to respect their boundaries and what they're going through. And I just keep praying that one day she'll kind of like talk about it, but she have good days, she have bad days, meltdowns, anxiety. Hers come from like a trauma. Something traumatic happened, and they did diagnose her with PTSD and anxiety. But it's an illness that you can't see. So when somebody is in the workforce and working, and they say they're ill, and you can't see that illness, it's hard for the corporate America to accept it, because it's not a broken arm, it's not a broken leg, it's your throat's not cut open. It's hard for people to accept it, because it's something you can't really see physically unless you yourself know all the changes. And then too, you can't even put a name to it, because when people change, people change all the time. Attitudes, whatever, if they're having a good day, if they're not having a good day, because I go through that, I may have a good day, I may not have a good day, may not want to be bothered with you, So it's really hard unless you really know what that person's going through, that they've got some issues there that has to be taken care of, addressed, or whatever. But her doctors, all they wanted to do is give her pills, and all the pills did was made her sick. It was sleep, sleep, sleep. So she came off the pills and not doing, but she's doing much better now, I mean, she's accepting things, she's getting out. But like you said about boundaries, she put her boundaries. She don't try to overdo anything, even with her 4 kids, and her husband, So, I mean, we're just praying that things will just get better for her.
Yes, that's a really good point that you brought up. Like in the other, individuals that loved ones who are going through, mental illness. Like it's very hard sometimes for, their family or loved ones to kind of know exactly what they're going through, because like you mentioned, you can't see it, you can't see it. And it's something that are feeling like from the inside. And sadly, they can't even talk to you about it, because she knows, well, she's uncomfortable sharing that with you, because she knows that you're not going through it, and you're not going to be able to understand, what she's going through. So I feel like it's just being uncomfortable. She's not ready, to share that with you yet. So it will be a time will come where she'll be able to share that with you and talk to you about, those things. But it's that, they're just not comfortable with that, because they know, it's totally something someone else is not going through, and it's only them. So it's totally different and difficult to even talk about it sometimes. Like those kind of trauma that people go through, it's really difficult to talk about sometimes. But like if they're alone in a room, they can't even share that with themselves. So imagine, sharing that with someone else, it's hard, it's difficult, but it's a process. And, if they're able to like, see a therapist, a psychologist or some, you'll help them to kind of, better, open up and get that, trust, because they have to be able to trust you, and make sure that they're able to share that information with you before they can go ahead and let that information, just to let you know how they're feeling and everything like that. And one thing that I always, tell, my clients or people, that who are going through, mental illness, just it takes time, it's a process, just make sure that you are taking care of yourself and just doing things that that make you happy, and loved ones of people who have mental illness, like, yourself, the best thing you can do is just be an ear for her, just listen, validate her feelings, whatever she's saying, just validate it, because sometimes all they need is someone to listen to them. Literally just to listen to them and just hear them out, and, validate how they feel, and just be there, just be an ear, and that just makes everything so much different. It helps them a lot. Like I know many of my clients, like I literally talk on the phone, like sometimes I'd be on the line for like almost an hour, and I'm just sitting there nodding, I'm just listening, and they're just going on and on about, some things that happen in their lives, and they're sharing with me very personal, information. I'm just nodding and validating their feelings, having effective listening, providing that, feedback, and, yep, your feelings are valid, 100%, whatever you're saying, I totally understand. You have the right to feel this way. Just, be there for them, and validate that feelings with them, and that would definitely help. And one thing, I think going to like a group session with a therapist, that might be something might be helpful. Have you ever thought about doing that? Maybe like a group, session with a therapist or the, psychologist. So that way you're there, with a professional, and you guys are both, able to share things, and you're able to hear, and she's able to talk freely, without having that, blockage there.
I don't see any more questions, but I thank you for sharing your expertise on mental health. Mental health is, of course, as we all know, a stigma in the Black community. I can recall when my mom came home and told us that her mental health provider said that our family was dysfunctional. And I remember my grandmother's attitude was, I don't care what that is, just don't bring it in my house. So, you know, those things like that, because of the way the community is, especially because it's always, you have to pray it away. No offense, evangelist, but sometimes prayer is not everything. And sometimes we do need medicine. Sometimes we don't need medicine, but we also need to know when to take that step. And that is an important thing. So I thank you so much for sharing your expertise. We're going to take about a 5-minute break, and then we're going to have our next heavy hitter come up, Miss Latanya Bynum, superstar. So I'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. All righty, we are back, and I would like to introduce our next speaker. LaTanya Bynum has been married to her husband, Calvin Bynum, for over 13 years and is a mother of 3 children, CJ, Kalea, and Kalesia. She holds a Bachelor's of Science in Health Education with a concentration in Community Health and Spanish from the University of Central Arkansas. In addition, she earned her master's in public health with the emphasis in health policy and management from the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences. In 2017, LaTanya founded URA Resource Center, LLC, a public health consulting firm specializing in creating creative technical writing, public speaking, and research data analysis. The firm has over 40 plus programs tailored for public health students, new graduates, and professionals. LaTanya enjoys sharing tailored tips, resources, and programs designed to improve the human condition and quality of life for all mankind. Her innovative teaching techniques come as a direct result of her 7-year Toastmaster International journey towards becoming a distinguished Toastmaster. Her book writing journey is unique in that she uses social media to explore topics on academics, business, career, and personal development to publish books. As a self-published author, she has used social media to compile content for 3 books titled Tools for Career Success, 101 FAQs about public health, Mind Your Business, Are You Okay? And an ebook project, The Opportunity Paperwork, Learning the Basics of Documenting Awesome. Her birthday project, titled The First Touch, is scheduled to be released July 2021. So please help me welcome Miss LaTanya Bynum.
Yay! Look, I hear all the hand claps like yay! So I'm gonna switch things up and I'm gonna try to pull up this PowerPoint, Venus. How's everybody feeling? This has been good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna try to pull it up over here. Okay. So let me see if I can share. Share without a care. You know I'm everywhere. Okay. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can see it. Okay, can you see the big presentation or the small one? Is it big, Venus? Thumbs up big? Yes. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to. First of all, I just want to say thank you. This has been good. I've been taking notes. I have my notes here. So I'm learning so much. I'm going to talk a little bit about people pleasing. Somebody write that in the chat. People pleasing is a disease. The importance of saying no for rest. Have you ever heard some of your older people in your family say, I'm about to go rest. I got to sit down a bit. Seems like something that older people do, but we're going to talk about it for us. We are young and vibrant, everybody here. This is the 4th annual H3P Minority Health Expo. My name is LaTanya Bynum, and I'm going to share a couple of things with you. I have a little disclaimer before I get started. I'm going to talk about sex, and my presentation is only going to last about 15 to 20 minutes. And so I want to put that out there just in case any of you might feel you need to emotionally or mentally kind of disconnect for the presentation because maybe sex is a trigger for you talking about it. Sex for me is not a trigger, so we're going to talk about it. But I do want to put that disclaimer out there so that everyone's aware. I'm going to talk a little bit about my body. Venus, you told me to talk about the body, didn't you? But I'm gonna give you an example of what's going on with Latanya Bynum's body. I'm gonna talk about me and my husband's, our vaccination status, what is healthy boundaries, saying no, which is a complete sentence. No is a complete sentence. And I'm gonna go through some comebacks. You know, sometimes we don't know what to say. Like, you know, Evangelist, she could have told that mailman some stuff, but you know, we want to people please. Guess what? We could have saved you $100,000 real quick if we would have just known what to say, right? Body beauty, and then I'm gonna talk about some of the benefits. Okay, I'm gonna come see. And challenges. We're gonna talk about that too. About Latanya Bynum. So my marital status, I have been married for 13 years. Y'all give me a hand clap. And we didn't survive 5 people in a household, almost 2 years struggling with COVID-19. Like these 3 kids with me and my husband, oh my God, OMG. Like Venus, do you feel me? We have survived. Like we are surviving. We're surviving. So I just want to put that out there that the struggle is real for a married Black woman. And I'm gonna just be honest, out of all 13 years, this has been the best year. But if I would have been trapped in here with him last year, OMG, I don't know how we would have made it. But this has been a good year. COVID-19, I've had no symptoms. Recently, you know, I got my shot first. Then my husband, he didn't want to listen to me. Then he went ahead and heard that the neighbor went down the street somewhere and got his shot, not down the street, but at a COVID screening site where they were doing the shots. And so both of us have the Pfizer shot 1. And so I'm still waiting on shot 2. I got that coming up. I'm a native of Hot Springs, Arkansas. I am over 300 pounds, but y'all can see I look good, don't I? Y'all see that? You see that profile right there? I'm looking good with my little purple dress on, no makeup, 39. You see that? Gray hairs right there. You see that? But I'm here, 300 pounds on my body, stress level, low to moderate, mother of 3, wife, 13 years, remote worker. So I'm working from home, y'all. So day in and day out, I recently just started, you know, combing my hair, you know, just getting up, you know what I'm saying? So I can kind of like do something different just to kind of get some jazziness going around. My husband likes that. He's like, baby, where are you going? Like, nowhere. And so remote worker, technical editor. So I'm writing and looking at documents all day. I also, like Venus said, I'm the CEO of my online business. Yes, Yasmin, you and me both. Very sedentary work lifestyle. That's probably why I'm over 300 pounds. Because all I do is sit in this desk, this chair, which I'm learning I don't need as much food. That's what the problem is. I don't need all that. Like my husband bring them big plates in here. I don't need that. Health status. I'm 39. I'm fat and happy. What we're going to talk about is what is a healthy boundary. Setting boundaries is an important part of establishing our identity. And it's really a crucial aspect when we're thinking about our emotional, our mental, and like just how we feel overall. This is a definition that I got from positivepsychology.com. Boundaries can be physical or emotional, and they can range from being loose to rigid. So if they're loose, you're a people pleaser. And if your boundaries are rigid, then it's like, you could probably write a book called Mind Your Business because you are minding your business. With healthy boundaries, they often, what does it say? Yeah, with healthy boundaries, often falling somewhere in between loose and rigid. I say I'm rigid. So in the chat, I want to just do a brief survey. Are your boundaries loose or rigid? Drop a 1 for yes, that they're loose. And drop a 2 if they're, drop a 1 if you're a people pleaser. Drop a 2 if you are a recovering people pleaser and you have boundaries set. Okay, used to be a 1. Okay, closer 2. And didn't COVID kind of do something with your people pleasing spirit? It's like, hold on now. I don't know if you got COVID or not. That social distance, like get back 3 feet, like it kind of put that okay to like, yeah, you could be a 2. Okay, I see some 1s. Wear that mask, keep back 6. Okay, Yasmin, I like you. You and me, we can talk. here we go. So saying no and other comebacks. So some of the things that Toastmasters International that has taught me is, the art of speaking up, and not just speaking up, but just listening. A lot of times people think speakers are always talking, but actually we're very good listeners. And I actually made this PowerPoint up as you guys were talking. See how that worked, Venus? I already knew. Like, I was like, you know what? I know what needs to be said now. So saying no and other comebacks, we're going to kind of go through this list, and I'm going to call on a couple of you guys, and I'm going to go with Yasmin first. So what we're talking about here is saying no is a complete sentence. So if my kid comes in here like, Mama, can we go to McDonald's? No, baby. And they just kind of look at me like, no. And so they close the door, right? But oftentimes when we're dealing with people ages 18 and older, grown folks, it's like, no, it's already food in there. Don't you say I just cooked? What you talking about? Why we gotta do all that? And then see blood pressure just, rising in my neck, and it's just stress filling my body. But see, when it comes to kids, it's like, no, go sit down, because they know the alternative. And so what we're going to do is we're going to work through some comebacks, because what's the point of my presentation if you're not going to learn nothing from me, right? This is some stuff that I say often, and Venus can tell you about that. I only work from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. weekly. I often put that on my page because people try to get me. And I'm like, I got to spend some time with my husband. Like, I don't want somebody else spending time with him. So I need to spend some time with my husband. So I can't be working all the time. See all this beauty? I got to rest. And so Yasmin, can you come off of mute for me? Okay. Hey, Yasmin, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for your energy.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll come look, baby. I'll come look. Close the door. Okay, so Yasmin, I'm going to have you to just kind of read through this list mentally, just in your mind, just kind of read through the list. And I want you to pick one of these out. And you know how, like, when those poets are like in the club, and then, not to say you were in the club, but just think of yourself as a poet. I'm going to be that person and say, yes. I love the way you read that. So I want you to just pick one of these and kind of practice it in your mind, kind of get it kind of flowing, and then give it to us. Can you do that for me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You can go
Sorry,
ahead.
right now is not a good time. What would be a better time for you? I'm available at 3 p.m. tomorrow.
How did that feel?
Good.
Have you ever tried that? Or
I didn't used to. I always used to say, I need, but once my son was born, I was a people pleaser for 40 years until my son was born. Then I learned to say no, because between a fractious baby, doing, having my PhD, all of that stuff, is like, look, folks, I ain't got no time for this,
Hello.
So, but I can say it in a nice way. Yeah. I'm still a people pleaser because I'll say, sorry, right now is not a good time. But what would be a better time for you? I'm available on, just so you know. But yeah, I use that a lot.
That's good. Okay, Salma, we're going to try some for you, because I heard you talk about, thank you so much, Yasmin. That's good. Dr. Yasmin, that's good. Thank you. Great job. Salma, can you come off mute? Because I heard you say that, those people who call you, sometimes, your appointment is like at 1, and they can probably go on. And we're so nice. It's like, I'll just, bill that next time. I don't know how y'all do y'all billing or stuff with telehealth, but can you run through this list and kind of think about some of those clients that kind of go way over time sometimes, or maybe some of your family members or whoever? Try one of these out and kind of feel it in your spirit to kind of see which one resonates with you.
Oh, I would say, well, with my clients, what I usually say is that I'll be having, like a scheduled call in the next 5 minutes. So can we please schedule a time for next time for us to talk again? So that way, we can end the conversation shortly.
That's good. Okay. So I have a scheduled call in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and schedule a call and we can talk later.
Yes.
I
And
love that.
thank you so much. And lately, like, with the pandemic and everything, I learned to do this, with like my friends that sometimes just want to like, talk and, give you like all this negatives, sometimes things like that. So what I
Yeah.
say is, I work Monday through Friday, I'm available on the weekends,
Yes.
so hopefully I get back to you then.
Yeah. So, okay. So you have it kind of like the last one. I only work from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. weekly. What's your Tuesday? Because my Mondays are always busy. Like that's like super stressful to try to do something for some people on Monday. So Tuesday is probably better for me. So just knowing like how I work and what my schedule is like, and just giving people that that ownership that yes, that's your problem. And if you want me to help you mind your business, then I can accommodate you during these hours. And I think that mental shift, that's how I'm publishing all these books and working on my marriage, my kids happy. You don't hear them screaming in the background. There's 3 of them in there. They ain't wilding out. And I just feel they feed off of my energy and from my my spirit. And so I hope does anybody else want to practice one of these, or you have anything, questions or anything as I move forward to the next one? Thank you, Salma. Great job. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move right along. So here's the part where we're going to talk about sex just a little bit. And so body beauty, you all are beautiful. All 12 of you, everybody listening to this, you are beautiful. You are handsome, Chris. You the male on here. Chris, you're handsome. And so we just need to know that our inner body reflects on the outside, and that's what you see. That's the spirit of what you see. And so what I want you guys to know, usually with public health, we're always saying move your body. But in the pandemic, I'm saying Black folks, sit still. And I'm not saying just like don't move at all, but I believe some of my best ideas and some of the things that kind of clue me in on like that person, I think they got COVID. Like, I think something ain't right. Like I could just kind of sense it or something. But I think it's like that mental clarity of like, I just feel something and I know something's just not right. And I think that comes from me sitting still. Like all of my book ideas have come as a result of me sitting still. Even this 4th book. Like, so I'm gonna tell y'all the benefits are that you're gonna come up with something that you didn't even know was there, but this busyness and always doing stuff, it just keeps us battling, I don't know, demons. I don't know what's there. Maybe an evangelist can help me out. I don't know what's going on, but resting on weekends. Like for instance, now, if this presentation was not gonna be fun, Venus already know I wouldn't be doing it. And I wouldn't even care that, oh, it's for Venus, or it has to be something I want to do and I feel. And then my husband, he supports it. He like, I kind of, you hear the kids, but I kind of watch them, but it's just that spirit of when we do things. And sometimes people would put so much stuff on me. And I remember on Saturdays when I worked at the state health department, I'd be thinking about my job. I'd be thinking like, oh my God, like Monday, it'll be Saturday. I'll be thinking about Monday, like, just stressed out. And then it's just so much stuff going on. But by sitting still, here are some of the things you kind of get to focus on yourself more. You resting on weekends. And for you ladies who are still menstruating, just like me, even with kids, but sometimes when I'm on my menstrual, I just don't feel like it. I just don't want to move. I don't want to be bothered. I just want to take my pampering and kind of lay low. And my husband, he knows this, like, oh, it must be a time. Like, here you go, because I get tired and I'm a little anemic. So just knowing my body and how, I'm almost 40. I know my body. I know how I get. So right around my menstrual time, I don't want to be bothered. I'm not trying to take on the world. Do a whole lot of projects and none of that. It's kind of like, you know what, me and God, we need to kind of get clear on some things. It's really a deep reflection time for me. Sex with my spouse only. Now I have to say that because for years, Black women have had these bonus children. and in their marriages. And I would just say, honestly, me and my husband, between us both, there's been some infidelity, on my part. He won't tell the truth, but I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. But I think once we're clear on who we are, what we need, and what our spouse is supposed to do for us, then we can move on and really enjoy the sex. And another thing, when I start shutting down work on Fridays at 3, I can enjoy him more on Friday nights and Saturdays and Sundays and throughout the week. But all this, racing, I'm trying to help them. Like, it's just too much. I can't even concentrate and get in the mood to enjoy the little pleasures of life. So and a lot of times when people stress me out with my clients, I've helped over, I say 1,500 people in my business since January 2017. But, when COVID hit, I was like, where can I go to exercise? So I used to go down to the school and walk in the track, but I'm like, I ain't trying to, tangle up with them folks down there. I don't know who's down there. So now I walk in my backyard, and my husband's like, the neighbors see you, they tell you, they gonna think you crazy. I don't care. I'm trying to get some stress off. Like, it's either that or I'm going, I'm gonna hurt one of these kids or other. So I circle around in the backyard, and I, just kind of power walk and kind of get in the mood, and just listen to music or just really concentrate on like one of my ideas or something. But I get my best ideas from power walking in the backyard, yo. Another thing that I do, I dance to ratchet music. I love some Cardi B. But that's not something I do in a club or anything, but that's in my living room, what I do for fun and just to relax myself, and then also, with 3 kids, they always spilling stuff, doing way too much around here. So the power of cleaning up my house, just like, I'll just go through the kitchen and be like, just put all the pots and pans together, like, boo, 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 just hit them up real quick. I'm like, boom. Because sometimes this house can get so out of whack, and I'm like, oh my God, what is happening? Is overwhelming. Like, make me want to run away. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna start in the kitchen, like do it real fast, and I go sit down. And I'm like, yes, And so that way I don't get too overwhelmed. But if I don't just sit down and be still, just looking at the dishes, the living room, the like, all this is just like, it's too much. So I try to stay on the house throughout the week so that when the weekend hits, I can really enjoy myself. You see what I'm saying? So here's some of the benefits that if you want to stop people pleasing, here's what's going to happen, And so this is what you can expect. You can expect a little skin glow. Y'all see that skin right there? Look at me right there. That ain't no makeup. You see all that? That's right there. That's aging, acne. You see that? But this is no makeup with some chapstick on, some Vaseline. So you can expect the skin glow. You can expect to be filled with joy, a better mood. When Venus calls you, oh, Venus, I got them kids. And she called me yesterday. Well, I tell you, Venus, I got to go. These kids, they was hungry. And so, sometimes when you're already, stressed and got a lot of things going on and it's just too much, you have to just honestly say, I got to go, Venus. I can't. And what did you say, Venus? She was like, okay, I understand. Because she's a mom too. And so better mood, you attract success and opportunities. I don't know if you heard Venus say, but I have over 40 programs and 20 of them are generating revenue for my business. And y'all, that just make me so happy. Not that I'm money hungry, but that money just comes in online in my sleep, y'all. You see what I'm saying? That's a good Black life. So multiple streams of income, and then your blessings will run over. Venus will tell you, I share so much stuff because it's like, I just got so much stuff to give. And if any one of y'all need anything, you just let me know and watch and see if I can't get it to you. Test me. And so the risk. So you might think, Latanya, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, your skin, I see a couple of bumps on there, but yeah, all that's fine. But what are some of the risks? Like if I choose this not people pleasing lifestyle you talking about, what am I going to get into? And I'm gonna tell you, these are 6 things kind of come to my mind as I got into this, and I've been doing this since 2017. And like Venus said, my birthday is coming up July the 24th, and I'll be 40. I wish I would have just learned this skill when I was in my 20s, but we're not gonna go backwards. We're just gonna stay right here and focus. And so they're going to say you're funny acting, evangelist. They're going to say, you real funny acting. You know, you throwing mail out the door to me now. You know I'm your daughter. What's going on? Like, who you think you are? Just because you got COVID, you ain't nobody. I'm God's child too. You know how we get, and you know, some people have called me mean. And I used to be like, oh, that's that nice big girl Tanya. Like, that's what they used to say. Now, oh, you mean? You ain't got arrogant, huh? And then this is what they say. Oh, you changed, Tanya. Change is not always bad. Yeah, I changed because you're not going to use me anymore. Like, I can't do all that stuff. Like, do you want me to be divorced and upset, or do you want me to be happily married? Like, I want to be married. Like that. I know it's out there. Like, it don't work. Ain't nothing else out there on them streets. Hard to catch up with. Like, yeah, you calling me. I done blocked you. That's why. Like, don't call me anymore, and I won't be available until after the fact. Like, I can't. Like, all that, you know how people would call you at certain times, it's either early in the morning, late at night, and it'd be some of their problems, and they try to put that stuff off on you so that they can sleep, but then you sitting up like, oh my God, I don't even know. And then they not even gonna change, right? And so I've done that, like 36 years of doing it. I'm like, no, I'm gonna try something else. Hard to reach. And then I finally figured out the difference of categorizing family members versus relatives. Family members to me are people who not only know me, they know my husband, they know my kids, they know their names, perhaps their birthdays, but relatives are the people who know my mom and dad. However, they don't know me, or they don't know anything about my kids or their names. And so I think when I flip the script and kind of, you know, reposition my thoughts on family, because family will get in your soul, because you know you love them, and they hurt you the most because they didn't set up and studied you, like they know you. And so when I flip the script and kind of categorize family and relatives, game changer, programs, money, like God he was like, you know what? Tell them people to follow me and stop following you. Tell them people to stop following you and follow me. And I was like, okay, that's what I'm talking about. God, thank you for giving me permission to be great. Here's the challenge for you. This is my challenge as I wrap up. Y'all see that little head right there, that little man laying in the bed? I should have put like some little black hair because that's really me. So I want to be honest that I've had to go to the ER previously before all this way that I live now. I used to always people please, and that led me to 2 ER visits. Now I have insurance, so out of pocket, I only had to pay $600 each time. Now this recent time, before I turned 36, I remember thinking like, I am so tired, but I said yes anyway, and I piled on more stuff. And I ended up like with a panic attack. I couldn't breathe. And they was like, LaTanya, we ran all these tests. We can't find nothing wrong with you. And the doctor, he pulled over to the side of my bed where I was laying with them IVs in my arm. He said, you're overexerted. And I said to myself, oh my God, overexerted? I was really mad at myself. Like, why? And so I challenge you, if you want to prevent, you know, these ER visits, and even Miss Evangelist, she said, I think, what did you say, $200,000 or $100,000? That's a lot of money, you know, and that mailman, he know he need his butt whooped. Like, what in the world? Disinfect your ink pen, bro. Like, what happened to that would, you know, that's like the last straw. So what we want to do is set and enforce at least one healthy boundary each week. And I'm gonna tell you that setting it, yeah, that's the easy part. Enforcing it, that's the part that's gonna have your palms sweating, your stomach like, oh, I can't believe I just said that. But afterwards, you're gonna be able to relax. Would you rather relax afterwards or stay in agony throughout the whole week because you said something that you really regret doing, or even helping out with because you don't have it in you, tired, because you're not resting? So finding an activity that makes your soul feel joy. I love writing. Vince can tell you, I'll be writing about all kind of stuff because my husband don't want to hear it. And so, you know, that's what I do. I write on the internet. And so scheduling your work and rest hours, I highly encourage you to set your schedule, you know, what your work hours are and then what your rest hours are. I tell folks after Friday at 3, don't bother me. until Monday morning at 8 a.m. And you know, I had this one lady, it was a Black lady who called me, and I still remember her. It was like a dead silence. She said, well, we can connect over the weekend. And I was like, I don't work on weekends. And she said, And I said, no, I don't work on weekends. We can get together on Monday. And I could tell, like, you know, that dead silence in the phone was like, who the heck Latanya thinks she is? Like, she can't help me on the weekends. This is what she's supposed to do. This is me. But later on, probably, I don't know how much longer, but probably 2-3 months down the line, she called me back and she said, you know what, Latanya, I've started doing the same thing. I said, see there. So this is a technique that if you do it and execute it, you're actually teaching others how to treat you. And in turn, they'll start doing it themselves. And so you see how that flows. You know, if you show that it is an example and demonstrate it to them on how to set healthy boundaries, they'll in turn. So I really want you guys to start thinking about what you can start journaling and tracking. You know, one Dollar Tree notebook, $1, and just get you a notebook and write down at the end of your day, what really put you in a good mood? Like, what made your soul feel joyful? And sometimes we be forgetting because we're so busy, but if you write that down, you can always reflect back on, oh, I know what happened that day. And you need to start doing more of those things to keep yourself healthy. And, you know, a low immune system will put you at risk for COVID-19, okay? High stress. As I wrap up, I'd like to tell you about 3 resources here. Train.org is one. It is the one website that's publicly available for any and everybody, your mama, your grandma, your cousin Pookie, everybody from Nene Shay Shay, and everybody can get on train.org and take them a course. The course that I highly recommend to each and every one of you. Hear me out. Everybody needs to take this course called Public Health and Mental, Emotional, and Behavioral Health Webinar Series, Part 1, Public Health Approaches to Mental Health Literacy. It's a long title, but guess what? That class was so dang good, I ended up writing a book. That's how that book, Mind Your Business, Venus, I took that class and it really helped me to kind of get in this mood of like, I don't want to go to therapy because like, I know I can get my stuff together if I could just tell the truth. Like, so I just needed something to kind of help clear my thoughts that I was okay. It's really these folks. And so by taking that class, it was a game changer. You can see my little certificate right there, certificate of completion, May 2020. And I published my book June 2020. I don't know, look that up, Venus. But my book came as a result of this course, and it really, you know, it really helped me. So take that course, train.org, like choo-choo. Somebody type that in the chat for me. Train.org. Okay, so that's going to be a class that you take and you be like, you know what, Latanya, you the bomb. Because that class really put me up on game. And that's all I need to know to really call out these people's names. Oh, y'all see how that rhymes? Toastmasters.org is something you're going to be using. You know, clubs are meeting virtually. We're not meeting in person. I've been a Toastmaster for over 7 years. I highly recommend it for all Black people. Black folks, we just need some kind of way to learn that our voice is so powerful. And, you know, I remember a long time ago, folks used to say, don't be telling our family business, you know, don't be, you talking too much. You can't even, you know, post on your page like, girl, you know, you ain't supposed to say that about our family. No, we're not talking about you. It's about me and my mental, emotional well-being. So Toastmasters.org, type that in the chat for me, somebody, please. Toastmasters.org. You go to the website and right there you type in your zip code and you will find a club that is open to the public and available, and you can go there for free as many times as you want to. And you tell them Latanya Bynum of Arkansas, who's a member of 2 clubs, sent you there. And if they give you any problems, you just let me know because I know what to do. But they're supposed to welcome you. They're supposed to open up the whole platform for you so that you can feel like your voice is heard and you matter. Toastmasters.org is going to be good for your soul, okay? Score.org is a great website. You know, business, I used to think that business was something that white people do. And I heard Venus say that Dr. DJ was the one who really inspired HP3. Am I right? And some of that work that came out of just forming the LLC, it came as a result of what you saw your grandmother and your own mother, all of these healthcare issues. And so what the problems that you see in the community, especially in these Black communities that we're a part of, those problems are opportunities for you to get some business going. So that book, Mind Your Business, is once you start getting yourself together, you can start helping others. And that's what I want for each of you. As you work towards finding out what makes you happy and you start journaling about it and kind of getting in the flow of things, you can be like, I want to help other people. File the LLC so that you can get your multiple streams of income. Because I'm trying to sit down somewhere when I turn 40. I ain't trying to work all the time. Like, I want to sit up and have sex with my husband and just enjoy my life. You see what I'm saying? So this is my website, latanyabynum.com. I'm giving everyone here full permission to go to my website, look at the work that I'm doing, and put your own twist on it. Now, a lot of Black folks that got business and be like, oh, you stealing, you copying from me. Venus, tell them how I am about resources. If I give you something, I want you to have it. I want you to put your twist on it. I want you to take and make money off of it. It's for you, because what God has for me, it is for me. And what God has for you, it is for you. And I'm here to give you resources and show you a better way to live your life. This is my gift from me to you, because I have a gift and I believe you have a gift too. And by looking at this website, you can be like, this Black girl, she's something else. She is not kidding. Like, she doing all this stuff for real. And I've had people to just come to my website, especially the page where it says latanyabynum.com/consultant, and start their business and come up with a one-page business plan just from a web page alone. Okay, so it works. Score.org, my website. Y'all get some of these resources. Last but not least, as I wrap up, first of all, I want to thank Chris, Regina, the whole team, TJ, everybody, Venus, especially you. Venus and I met probably, I say about 2-3 years ago. Actually, it feels longer than that. But I still remember Venus said, she was like, Latanya, because we met through social media. She was like, Latanya, I've been waiting for the bottom to fall out through our relationship. And not once has she ever seen me pivot, sway, act funny. I'm always there. She supports me. I support her. This is a great demonstration of two Black women working together. Never met her in person, but if I see her, I'm gonna grab her neck and we're gonna have a good conversation, because I feel like I already know her and her family. And she knows mine. She's heard about the struggles of being married. Let's Talk is the book that I wrote, that I really have shared my life story in that book on how minding my business has really changed my family and kept my family together, y'all. Black families can stay together if that woman can get herself together. And so I had to get myself together. Here's my contact information. Latanya Bynum, CEO, MPH Ches, Arkansas, best friend of Venus. That's me. My phone number is there. I want y'all to program my number into your phone. If you ever need someone to talk to, call Salma for therapy. But if you need some resources, call Latanya. And if you need somebody to help build your program, call Venus. We all have so many resources. And you saw, like, the lady, Dr. DJ, she got so much information on clinical trials. Eventually, she got the story on, what it's like to suffer from COVID and actually get through it and set some boundaries. So we all have a gift. It's all about us coming together and share that with others. But on behalf of URA Resource Center, my husband and my kids in here, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. This has been great. Thank you, Venus. Venus, I think you're still on mute.
I got it.
Okay.
So I said, you are a superstar. And I love that when I said, Latanya, can you, she didn't pause. What do you need? And I really needed that, because what you guys don't know is this expo was not meant to be. It was like I was ready to throw in the towel because when I put my feelers out, nobody came. And then all of a sudden, one came, then another one came, another one came, and here we are. So I am so thankful because you are truly my friend, my sister, and I really appreciate you sharing your self, your authentic self, as you always do, my sister. So thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break and then we're going to get to the other side of mind, body, and soul. And we're going to talk about traveling in COVID. So stay tuned. Welcome back. I am, man, this expo couldn't have been better even if I put it in a microwave and mixed it up and threw it against the wall. I mean, it's just, it's just awesome. And I have learned a lot, and I'm just truly thankful for all of you. So we're gonna not prolong the time. We're gonna get ready for the next session, which I'm digging this one because I aspire to be like Dr. Nikki. I keep telling her, like, when I grow up, I want to be just like her because every time I look, she's going somewhere. So let me introduce you to Dr. Nikki. Dr. Nikki Harris Ray earned her doctorate from Barry University, has a master's degree in public health from Purdue University Global, formerly Kaplan University, and a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Alabama State University. She has been a surgical podiatrist for over 15 years, a college professor for over 10 years. She is currently in self-practice and is an instructor and curriculum development with Tulane University. She is a published author and continues to inform as a freelance writer and a guest lecturer for news media, numerous public speaking events. She has experience teaching medical health courses, career development courses, and other science courses. Dr. Harris Ray is also a 501c3 founder and CEO of the NHR Blueprint Foundation and has won numerous awards for her work in the community. These include Winner Medical Category, Gulf Coast Women Magazine, Lighthouse Biloxi Women of Achievement, Woman of the Year, Ladies Auxiliary Devoted Service Award, Holy Ghost Catholic Church, 3-time Sun Herald, 10-time under 40 nominee, Corona Court DT Women of the Year, first ever appointed Imperial Physician of the Imperial Court, DOL 2019, top 50 under 50 Alabama State University alumni, Blessed Girls Rock 2018 award recipient, 2019 Gulf Coast Women Top Influencer, and many more. She was appointed as a fellow for Tulane University School of Professional Advancement after only a year and a half of affiliation. She recently led her nonprofit to the Middle East for charitable work in the United Emirates. Dr. Harris Ray serves on several local and regional boards. And right now, I'm going to share her presentation. Why did you pick that up? Nobody told you to pick that up. Put it back. Where is my screen? So it should automatically show the sound. There we go. Let's try it again. And transition.
Good day, everyone, and thank you for attending today's symposium. Today, my presentation is on safe travel during a pandemic. To formally introduce myself, I am Dr. Nikki Harris Ray. By training, I am a surgical podiatrist, and I reside on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and I practice on the Louisiana Gulf Coast. I am also a professor in the kinesiology program at Tulane University, and I also am a nonprofit CEO. My nonprofit is NHR Blueprint Foundation, and we are a nonprofit for women and girls. And last but not least, I am an avid traveler. So, the pandemic. This once-in-a-lifetime pandemic has literally brought the world to a halt. Though some things are moving again, the world is not the hustle and bustle that it once used to be. While some are still in quarantine, several have been forced to remain in or return to life in the new normal. So, at this stage in the pandemic, where do we in the United States stand? Well, these numbers are current as of yesterday around noon. Total cases in the United States that have been adequately recorded, 31,306,928. In the last 7 days, we've had almost 500,000 cases. And to date, total deaths in the United States from pandemic-related issues, 562,296. Unbelievable. So as far as cases globally, as of yesterday, global cases totaled 139,657,913, and global deaths total 2,996,496. And as you can see, the United States is leading in numbers as far as countries with the most amount of cases and the largest number of deaths. As far as total reported cases, second behind us is India. And as far as global deaths, second behind us is Brazil. So despite the number of world cases globally, there are still some areas of the world that claim to have 0 COVID cases. In Asia, Tajikistan and Turkmenistan are 2 countries to claim to have never had COVID numbers. On the continent of Africa, Lesotho and Comoros are 2 countries to claim that COVID has never invaded their borders. And in the Oceania area, which as you can see on the bottom map, is areas just to the east of Australia. We have Kiribati, Tuvalu, Tonga, Samoa, the Marshall Islands, Solomon Islands, Nauru, Palau, Vanuatu, and the Federated States of Micronesia. In Asia, Tajikistan is landlocked and mountainous. The land area is about 90% mountainous terrain, and it initially imposed a ban on entries of travelers from 35 countries in March, but immediately rolled back its restrictions. It did put arriving passengers on quarantine. Even though Turkmenistan has a history of poor and impoverished healthcare, they have been known to have a history of suppressing facts, especially those related to public health and outbreaks, including the plague and other pandemic style illnesses and outbreaks. Comoros in Africa is an island nation, whereas Lesotho is actually landlocked completely inside of South America, and you can see that on the map. As for the Oceania nations, all of these islands have a population of under 700,000 with sparse healthcare facilities, thus acted extremely quick to shut themselves down. Most of them quickly declared national emergencies. Experts said that if an outbreak occurred on any of these islands, a large part of the population would succumb to it, and the rate of comorbidities are very, very high here. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I said that in Africa, Lesotho was completely landlocked and surrounded by South America, I obviously meant to say South Africa. So, given everything that we know about COVID and all that we have seen on TV and all that we have experienced in our various areas throughout of the United States, why would anyone want to travel? For so long, many people have been trapped in their homes because they are afraid, because there are so many unknowns about the virus that people are not comfortable moving about. So, why would one attempt to travel? So, there are several reasons people may have been forced out to travel. Some people for work, some for family reasons, and some for pleasure. The essential workers were very, very important to the survival of everyone during the pandemic. This includes our frontline workers and our hospitality industry people, as far as restaurants, also our firefighters and our entrepreneurs who own gas stations and what have you. These were the people who were forced to work through the pandemic and did not have the chance to sit at home in quarantine. Family. Some people did have to travel to take care of family. As we know, the schools did shut down, and many people were forced to have to take care of their children or their grandchildren, nieces and nephews, and just extended family in general. And there was a small percentage that decided to travel for pleasure, just to get away, just for mental health purposes. Myself personally, though my patient count is nowhere near what it was in 2019, in 2021, I am active in seeing patients for different pathologies and teaching my college level students. I take the necessary precautions to keep my patients and those around me safe. Extra emphasis is placed on remaining in safe proximities, especially in an effort to keep my son and my vulnerable loved ones safe. At the beginning of the pandemic, I did not see my parents for 2 months. I did not see my maternal grandmother for 6 months, and I didn't see my paternal grandparents until Thanksgiving. So my family is very, very close, and it was a very long and mentally exhausting few months. As far as traveling for pleasure, traveling is very, very important for mental health for those people who find solace in traveling. Sometimes our body and mind needs to just rest. And what a better way to rest than to travel and go somewhere warm or somewhere scenic that's different from the day-to-day routine. Sunshine is a great stress buster, and it gives us a dose of mood boosting vitamin D and increases the brain's release of serotonin, which some call the happy hormone. Leaving work stress and pandemic stress and the everyday routine behind in exchange for afternoon naps, leisurely walks, and the freedom to make our own schedules can be a good mental health booster and do a world of good. Spending time away from friends and loved ones can also add a good feel-good factor as far as independence, and solo travel can refresh our sense of independence. So as the world starts to open up and people start to move about more, whether it be for work, for pleasure, or some other type of necessity, the art to remaining safe is realizing there are some things that we can control and there are some things that are out of our control. Control factors are very important in navigating life throughout a pandemic. When I first had to come out of quarantine and start back to working, and also when I decided to just start to move around, I had to give myself a mental pep talk. However, I eventually started to move about, and this started around last summer. I started to have to travel outside of my immediate demographic for work. I also began to slowly infiltrate myself socially into the new normal. Though my social life is probably functioning at less than 50% of pre-COVID, I have been able to eat out, vacation once locally, travel to 3 different countries and one U.S. territory during the pandemic. And they are listed: Gulf Shores, Aruba, Mexico, Belize, and Puerto Rico. So as I said, while moving about during COVID, one has to realize there are things that can be controlled and things that cannot be controlled. We control our protection. This includes our use of masks and basic means of sanitizing. Masks are very safe and provide protection in most instances. Are they perfect? No, but neither are items such as seatbelts.
I'm not hearing anything. Did anybody lose audio?
I think we lost audio when Venus turned her screen off.
Venus, you're on mute.
Sorry about that.
Doctors are mute too.
So as I said, while moving about during COVID, one has to realize there are things that can be controlled and things that cannot be controlled. We control our protection. This includes our use of masks and basic means of sanitizing. Masks are very safe and provide protection in most instances. Are they perfect? No, but neither are items such as seatbelts or condoms. It's amazing that in the US, we are the only place that are constantly talking about our right to die and the right to make others sick, while around the world, everyone else seems to be getting better. Every country that I've been to during the pandemic has lower COVID rates, more regulated testing, and the people are going above and beyond to keep infection down. I always felt much safer while abroad in Mexico, Belize, and Aruba than I did in, say, a Walmart full of people screaming, "My body, my right." For Aruba and Belize and Puerto Rico, you have to have a negative test just to enter the country. On the airplane, masks are required, and you are not getting on the airplane until they see your negative test. And now the United States has implemented a policy I believe it kicked in at the end of January, that if you leave the country, you have to obtain a test while out of the country, and it must be negative for you to come back in the United States. It's a small step, but it really, really helps. Also, regular testing is very, very important when deciding to travel. Myself, I always travel prior to leaving the country, and I also test and selectively quarantine after I arrive back. This is the responsible thing to do to protect those in other countries that you are going to visit, to make sure that you are not taking the COVID virus with you, and also upon return, making sure that you are not bringing the COVID virus back with you to infect your loved ones. Another thing that we have direct control of is who is in our presence and who we choose to be around. Do the family members and friends that we hang out with constantly get tested? Are they placing themselves at constant risk for exposure? During the pandemic, I have constantly been in the presence of the same people. Select friends and select family members are my new norm. Of course, we only know what people tell us about their movements. However, we have the judgment of removing our mask to dine with people or choosing to stay at home because we know those people were at a concert or some type of event with scores of people who were unprotected. In some places, masking is impossible, say a pool or the beach. However, we can control what crowds we choose to move in and the people we choose to be around maskless. Since the pandemic, I have never been in a situation where I have had to be around a tremendous amount of people that I didn't know, like in this particular slide. However, the closest I have come to being in that situation is being in an airport. Surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, I should say, the airport in Aruba, the airport in Mexico, and the airport in Puerto Rico had amazing social distancing techniques. And there was never a point where I felt uncomfortable or like I had to push someone off of me. I always wore my N95 mask, and I also wore glasses or either a shield. However, in the United States, there at our airports, I always felt like I was constantly being crowded upon and people were invading my space because we haven't done a very good job here with social distancing. But once again, I can control how I protect myself and choose how far away I can be from people and who I travel with. It is very, very, very important that we have control over what we do to keep our bodies healthy. Taking our medications on time and eating a proper diet ensures that if we become exposed to any pathogen, not just COVID, our bodies will be in a better condition to fight it off. Also, building our immune systems also puts us in a good position to remain healthy. Since the beginning of the pandemic, I have rotated certain supplements every other day and have crafted the same routine for my minor son. Regular doctor's appointments, even virtual, can help us to identify health maladies before they are out of control. Also, we are fortunate in that as of March, we have 3 vaccinations available for morbidity control as it relates to COVID. Vaccinations are overall safe, and there is a presentation on that today, and have been used for many years. I am by no means advocating for certain supplements or giving directions for choosing a specific vaccine, but an honest discussion with your medical provider will ultimately place you in the best position to defeat COVID. I had the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. It's been over a month and I am very, very pleased with the results. Johnson & Johnson was the best for me because of past issues that I had with the flu vaccine. And so I was very, very skeptical. I had 48 hours of minor chills, but after that, everything was back to normal and I feel happy and healthy. I am not advocating for the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. It is up to you and your provider to decide if and which vaccine is good for you. Some people believe that they took all the necessary precautions and still ended up contracting COVID. Unfortunately, what we knew about COVID last year and what we know now has constantly changed. However, by being vigilant and remaining resilient in the actions that we can control, we can ensure that we are in an optimal position to survive and defeat COVID. Once again, as the world begins to open up, we will be in situations where we have to travel, whether it be for work or pleasure. Utilizing your knowledge and using common sense on things we can and can't control, we can navigate safely in the new normal. This is the end of my presentation. I would like to thank all of you all for your attention. If there are any questions, you can ask them at this time.
Does anyone have any questions?
Not necessarily a question. I would say, first, thank you so much for that very informative presentation. I'm one of those ones that's sitting back, waiting quite a bit to start traveling. I'm a colon cancer survivor and just extremely cautious about keeping myself safe. But you hit it on the nose with what you talked about with the comparison to our airports versus other places you've been. So I just wanted to, it was good to hear you say that. I have family members who have begun traveling, which is fine. I don't discourage anybody from doing what feels right for them, but it was just important to hear that there's still some things we need to tighten up here in the States to make people feel much more safe when they travel.
Yes, absolutely. The first time I traveled out of the country during COVID was in November. We traveled to Aruba. I live closest to the New Orleans airport. And from the time I set foot into the New Orleans airport, there were people everywhere. Everywhere. Now I have TSA pre-pass, so it's a little less crowded going through. But once I made it through TSA pre-pass, prior to getting on the airplane, I had to show my negative results. When I got to Miami, to get on the plane in Miami, I had to show my negative results. When I got to Aruba, I had to show my test results, do a temperature check, social distance, and get a pass to leave the airport because they were not letting anyone into the country that did not prove that they were COVID negative. I think I had to go through 5 different check stations in Aruba to get out and go into the country. And then when we arrived at our hotel, I had to show my results again and show a pass from the airport proving that they had verified that I was negative for the virus. On the way back, lots of the same, but immediately when we arrived in Miami, the crowds, the yelling, being forced to wear your mask. Of course, we already had our mask on, but some people wanted to walk around the airport without their mask. And it's just amazing the different mindset in Aruba versus the United States and other countries I've traveled to.
Dr. Nikki, I have a question. So when you go to other countries, are you required to quarantine as soon as you get there, or as long as you have your paperwork saying that you're negative, you're good to go?
As long as you have your paperwork, you are fine. If you choose to arrive there without a negative test, they test you at the airport and they send you into quarantine until your results come back. Let's see. For Aruba and for Belize and for Puerto Rico, their ministers of health actually have an app that you have to fill out in advance and upload your negative results. And you get a QR code. And once you get to the airport, they scan it and they can say, yes, she's negative. We already have her results. For people who choose not to take their test and they somehow manage to get there, they actually send them off to another part of the airport and test them and immediately send them into quarantine.
In some countries like Britain, you have to do 2 weeks of quarantine, but if you have a negative test, it's only 5 days. So, but in most every other country, and you are right, Nikki, I flew on Wednesday, I went to Albany. Oh my God, I actually had a not so good conversation with this guy. He was sitting and talking without his mask on. So I went over to him and after half an hour and I said, I've noticed for the past half an hour, you've been speaking without your mask on. Please put your mask on. I'll put it on. I said, no, sir, I'm not leaving until you've put the mask on. And if you don't put it on, I'm calling security. And I said, I just want you to be aware that you are in international space now. And that's a felony if you not have your mask on. He quickly put it on. But why should it be on me? Like other countries, people are quite happy to walk around without masks. So I don't get it. But yeah, but thank you. That was great.
Exactly. Oh, thank you. I love being a citizen. I love the freedom and the opportunities here that we have in this country, especially as a woman. I've traveled to different areas in the Middle East and I see what we have here versus some areas of the Middle East. But at some point, we have to look at our privileges as a blessing versus something to use as a weapon when someone is just trying to keep you safe. It's been a crazy 365 days plus.
Anyone else have any questions? Well, thank you, Dr. Nikki. Again, I still aspire to be like you when I grow up. But I do hope, especially because it is 6 of us, so moving that train is a little bit more daunting than your family, of course. But I really would like to get back out in the world safely, of course, and with little ones who are very independent at times. We're just going to leave it like that. I need to have some reassurance that I can do that safely for them. So this gives me hope, and I hope to at least get one of those little pages that you have presented. We finally have something like that for us. So thank you again. And if there are no other questions, we're going to take a brief break, and then we're going to have our final speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome back. There she is. Oh my goodness. I have to tell you about Joy. I just love Joy. Joy, Joy, Joy. I always tell her she has the appropriate name. So let me tell you about my friend Joy. What does JOY mean? Joyful, optimistic, and she's right, youthful does fit. I have a joyful friend who is exactly that, and I love to tell you a little bit more about her. As a hope-filled overcomer of challenges in life, my friend Joy Baldoz was given the pun-filled name Bia, Joy B, which means one who makes a buzz like a bee, spreading happiness and joy. Originally from the Philippines, she now resides in sunny Southern California and lives up to her name. And yes, she does, especially sparking happiness and joy everywhere she goes as a certified happiness trainer, joyologist, and integrative health and wellness leader. She formerly worked overseas as a radio news writer and announcer, and then for the Walt Disney Company as a celebration specialist. But she took a leap of faith to leave that job in 1997 to focus for a season of more than 2 decades to raise two daughters with the help and support of her husband that she's been happily married to for more than 27 years. She's joining us today to give us insight on the importance of cultivating a happy heart, happy soul. Let's give a warm and joyful welcome to my friend, Joy B, the joyful joyologist.
Thank you, Venice. Oh, I'm so thankful that you invited me. When did we meet? I think we haven't even met in person, but it was a while back on a virtual vacation, I think we went on. And I think in this pandemic time, I think we need to do a little bit more of those virtual vacations. So, I am just so glad to be here. I have learned so many different wellness tools and happiness habits, and I wish I had the time to tell them all to you, but with the limited amount of time that we have, I'll be able to share a few of the things that I do. I love to be called the joyful joyologist because I think that in this time, in this season, people want to feel they need that lightheartedness. Things are really heavy right now. 2020 was a really hard year, and we're still grappling with it even as we're all getting vaccinated. Something that I learned in my training was that in 2008, they had researchers had predicted that by the year 2020, and this wasn't even factoring the pandemic, that depression and mental health issues would be at an all-time high. And so this is the time now where it's so important to cultivate happiness habits in order to get through tough times. And Venice knows, she knows I'm going through some pretty tough times right now. And I really need to focus on what brings my soul joy. I'm very intentional about it. What does a joyologist do? Are any of you curious to know what a joyologist really does? Anyone? You raise your hand if you're curious. Okay, for me, this is how I define what I do. I study joy, I practice joy, I spark joy, and I celebrate joy. In fact, my room, this space, I call it my joy beehive. I have a little sign that says celebrate joy, just so I remind myself, this is my focus. Life is hard, but you know what? I am going to practice, study, celebrate joy, and then spread it. That's what I feel that God has designed me to do. So one of the ways that I am intentionally doing that is I actually am a Humor Academy student. I'm graduating at the end of this month as my first year level. And if you're interested in Humor Academy, it's a great thing to investigate. It's aath.org. And it's a 3-year program. So I highly encourage Humor Academy because it does help you, look for the lighter sides of things. And one of my projects that I am doing through Humor Academy is developing humor workouts. And just a little fun thing, to keep it lighthearted is I made this little barbell out of paper plates. So as part of my humor workout, you know, you got to keep things light. We don't have to always pump, you know, like the big heavy muscles, but we need to keep things light. So, you know, sometimes I just, you know, do this. I'm like, yeah, I got to keep things light, got to keep things light. And it's just a reminder, because if we are focused on what will bring us, you know, humor and laughter, that will ease our hearts and give us that break from all the things that are going around that are wearing us down. Another way that when I'm out and about, and I really don't get out that much because my husband, who's actually sitting right here next to me, he's always like by my side. He's in the high risk category. So we've been very diligent, you know, ordering our food most of the time, except I love Trader Joe's and they don't deliver. So I have to go to Trader Joe's once in a while. So yeah, what was I saying? We don't get out that much, but when I do get out, I love to use this as my purse. And this is just, you know, to spark laughter as I'm going about my day. It's an actual, you know, payphone telephone. And when I'm in line waiting to get into Trader Joe's with my mask on, you know, like I just go there and start talking and then I start laughing and, you know, and I actually can connect this to my cell phone if there's like a little connection. But if I want to, yeah, I can actually connect this to my real iPhone cell phone. But the mere fact that I was using this, like people were cracking up and, you know, it just brought some lightheartedness to all the seriousness of being in line and social distancing. And, you know, just doing lighthearted things like that. And even at the post office, you know, we wear our mask and I hardly go to the post office, but when I've had to, I use my voice to smile. You know, you can actually use your voice to smile. And if you're intentional about it, people will notice that you're smiling through your voice. And if we could just bring that kind of lightheartedness in such a time that is so difficult in this, you know, it will shift people's energy and their day. And I think that's really important because, you know, all the workers who have to be at their work, you know, they're putting their lives at risk. And so why not bring a smile wherever you go through your voice, even though you have your mask? So yeah, and one of the things that I learned in my laughter wellness training, if you're ever somewhere where people are like super stressed, you know, like you want to bring some lightheartedness, you could actually, and I'm going to demonstrate this. And then if you guys are willing, you guys all have a cell phone nearby you where you could grab? You guys all have a cell phone? Raise your hand if you do, that you could. Okay. So what you do, like when people are being serious, it has to do with the phone again, where you could pretend you got a call, right? And then you could pretend, because, you know, imagination and playfulness and fun brings lightheartedness. You can like pretend you're talking to your best friend and like they're telling you the best news and they're telling you the funniest joke and you could just play it up. And I'm telling you, if you look around, people will start smiling, people will start laughing, they'll start listening in. Then they, you know, like curious, oh, wow, that must be so funny. And I'm going to demonstrate it. And then I want you guys to try it too. Okay. So I'm going to say, oh, hi. Oh, so, wow, that's great news. Oh, wow. All right. Seriously? Okay. All right. Tell me your funniest joke. Oh, you're too much. Oh, that is too much. I'm gonna have to tell that to somebody soon because that is just hilarious. Now, I want you guys to try that, seriously, because we can be intentional about it. You guys willing to try that just to see that you can actually choose to do something like that? And actually, your body doesn't know if you're pretending or playing around, but your body, the chemistry in your body shifts when you are laughing. There's actual chemical reactions taking place in your brain. You know, the endorphins are released, which are the happy chemicals. So, you know, we can do that, you know, so grab your phone for like 1 minute. We're just going to Imagine you just got a call from your best friend and you were going to play it up. And you know what? Unmute so that I could hear you guys really getting into it. Like, imagine your funniest friend, or imagine that I just called you and I'm telling you the funniest joke and you cannot contain yourself. Okay. I mean, really let go and don't even care about who's around you. Okay. Just go for it. Ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, girl.
Hey, girl. What?
Serious.
Are you serious? That is great news.
Tell me what happened.
Wow.
You don't know.
Yes,
Crazier than I thought. Stop the madness.
crazy.
Serious.
You a nut.
Hilarious.
My mom about this. This is good.
Are you,
No.
that's your girl. Are you see? Oh, I gotta tell that one. That is just too good.
I'm gonna call my mom right now.
Okay, I'll let you go. Thanks for chiming in. I really was glad to hear from you. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Bye. Now, can you imagine, like, how did you feel just doing that? Like, just getting into like some playful laughter. And can you, anybody chime in? Like, how did you feel doing that? Did you guys?
It felt really good.
To have everybody doing that, and it was like you all were talking to each other. This is so awesome.
Awesome. So, that's just one way of like sparking joy and laughter in your day. Just pull out your phone and, just do it for you, for your health, because your body needs, humor and laughter so that we can de-stress ourselves. Now, I just got this mask made. I ordered it and then I had it personalized, and I got it because I'm a global panda bear. It's a panda bear mask, and I do have some fun things, like when I'm at the store, they can actually read the fun things, and it really does bring smiles. So yeah, so that's just one way. And when I bring my joy and my energy, sometimes I'll have like headphones on and I'll be like picking out a few things here at Trader Joe's, because Trader Joe's is the only place I go because they don't deliver. If they did deliver, I'd be doing Instacart through them. But yeah, it actually got me some free flowers, because I don't know if you've been to Trader Joe's, but if they notice something or they want to bless somebody in the store, they say, oh, you're a recipient of free flowers. And they told me I won free flowers because I was bringing my joy, and they could see me happy and dancing, and that it was impacting the people in the store. So, really bringing your energy of joy places can make a difference and impact other people's energy. And so that's just something. I'm very intentional. Laughter is important because there's so many health benefits. And I did have a slide earlier, but the technical thing, I couldn't find it when I was like trying to redo it. So I'm just going to read you some of the benefits of laughter. Like I said, it releases endorphins, which is the happy chemicals. It boosts immunity. It lowers stress hormones. It decreases pain, relaxes muscles, prevents heart disease, adds joy and zest to life, eases anxiety and tension, relieves stress, strengthens resilience. Like right now, like I'm going through some really difficult, challenging times, and so I definitely need to practice more laughter and humor. It strengthens relationships. It attracts others to us. It could win you flowers. That's what it happened to me. It helps diffuse conflict, and it promotes group bonding. And, like I didn't just learn this all like one day, boom, I had all this, laughter and joy. In fact, there's a season where there's seasons where I do struggle with depression. So I actually combat, my low moods or anything that I'm feeling that's opposite of, like joy and happiness. I intentionally work on it. So it's not like, oh, I was lucky and born with the name Joy, and it was like, boom, it wasn't like that at all. Wise King Solomon penned these words, and I'm gonna try to pull up this slide if I can. Oh wait, hold on. Let me see. I think I have to share screen. Bear with me. Can I share screen? Do I have permission to share screen? Okay, I'm gonna try to pull this up. Babe, do I see? Oh, it's here. It's right here. Okay, I'm gonna. How do I? Oh, share. Okay. My husband's helping me with this. Can you guys see can you see that? Okay, a happy heart is good medicine, and a cheerful mind works healing, but a broken spirit dries up the bones. And that was by King Solomon in the book of Proverbs. So just wanted to share that. Stop share. I'm learning how to do all this. So another way that I love to spark joy in my own day and in my own home, or if where you're out and about and you have headphones on, you could play music and dance. And I'd like to invite you guys. Would you guys be willing to participate with me? I call it a joyful dance break. And if you guys would stand, and I'm going to play a video. Let's see. Go to screen share again. And then no, I didn't choose the music yet. I didn't choose the music yet. Okay, hold on. No, that's see, it's showing that. Sorry guys, I'm trying to get the song there. Okay. Can you guys see the song?
No.
No? You guys can't see it? Can you hear it?
We can hear it.
Okay, but can you see it now?
We can't see it.
Oh, wait.
You have to get on the right screen.
Okay, so share screen. Oh, here. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Okay, can you guys see it now? Okay, so if you guys would stand up, we'll do a joyful dance break.
We're choosing celebration, breaking into freedom. You're the song of our hearts. We cast aside our shadows, trust you with our sorrows. You're the song of our hearts. We're dancing to the rhythm of your heart. We're rising from the ashes to the stars. You're the joy, light in my soul. The joy, making me whole. Though I'm broken, I am running into your arms of love. Hey! The pain will not define us. Joy will reignite us. You're the song of our hearts. Come on, my soul. The dark is just a canvas for your grace and brightness. You're the song of our hearts. We're dancing to the rhythm of your heart. Oh. We're rising from the ashes to the stars. You're the joy, light in my soul. The joy, making me whole. Though I'm broken, I am running into your arms of love. You're the joy, light in my soul. The joy, making me whole. Though I'm broken, I am running into your joy, 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 making me whole though I'm broken. I am running into your arms of love, into your arms.
Yay! Okay, I'm gonna stop the share on that. Woo! How are you guys feeling? Your heart a little bit more happy?
That's good. I need you to do that once a week.
Okay, sorry about that. Still learning the technical things. I need a glass of water. Make sure you hydrate if you guys need a glass. Okay, back to Zoom. Thank you, honey. Okay. Whew, just take some deep breaths. Yes, and it looks like we're getting close to time. I didn't even get to tell you my little story. Just real quick, I'm trying to speed this up. So take a deep breath first. Okay, so I just want to do this quick interactive exercise. I want you to follow my lead and point to yourself. Just point to yourself. Go ahead. Okay, most people tend to point here, but then, you know, it's okay. You're still part of yourself when you're here. Still you. When we do this exercise, most people actually point here because it's our heart, and the heart is the essence of who we are. And part of our heart, it holds the soul. And from my understanding of what the soul is, because I'm here to talk about cultivating a happy heart for a healthy soul in tough times, the soul has three parts: the mind, the will, and the emotions. So our mind makes decisions, our will decides if we're going to do something or not do something, and the emotions are what we feel. And there's a wide array of emotions. And from what I've learned, there are two main fundamental categories of emotions. All emotions fall into the two main categories. One is love and one is fear. So love is the most powerful emotion, most energetic, actually, even more than joy. Love is the most powerful. And when we're in fear, that is like, very low vibration. And one of the doctors that I learned about, Dr. Eva Salva, she coined this phrase, the love response. And when we're in the stress response, that's when our biochemistry has all the different, like negative chemicals that like harm us. But when we're in the love response, that actually calms our nervous system. And we can actually focus on love, taking a breath, like when we just put our hand on our heart. Putting our hand on our heart, by just the mere fact of putting our hand on our heart, it actually releases oxytocin, which is the love hormone. Breastfeeding moms release a lot of oxytocin. In lovemaking, oxytocin is released. So if we can move from stress response, anything that's bringing us anxiety, sadness, anger, and we take a moment and just go, put your hand on your heart, you are automatically, like, if you're focusing, you are calming yourself down and you are going into the love response. And so I'm just going to do this technique where I'm going to move when you move from stress response to love response. Okay, so can you guys hear me still? Okay, so it's three parts. You just put your hand on your heart and you just focus on your heart. Second part is heart breathing, where you imagine that you're breathing through your heart. You breathe in and it's you're breathing in through your heart. And then as you exhale, you breathe out through your heart. Breathe in. and breathe out. All the chemical changes in your body are moving towards positive chemical biochemistry reactions in your body. And now, as we continue to breathe in and out, you could focus on words like love, compassion, gratitude. Just think of those words or even say them out loud. Love, compassion. Think of things that you're grateful for. I'm grateful to be here with all of you today. Give us 10 more seconds and then the music will fade and you can open your eyes. Just breathe in and breathe out. Okay, so now this exercise is called the inner ease technique, and you could use this anywhere. You can use this when you're waiting in line somewhere. And by doing this once a year is not going to help you. Okay, once a year, once every 6 months, it'll help you for the moment. But if you want to develop a happiness habit of putting yourself in more of the love response, you need to practice this. I'm going to challenge you this week. Practice this 2 to 3 times a day for a week. And really take note of it and see how it changes you. And then if you keep practicing it, you'll develop that habit so that whenever you're in a stressful situation or anytime you just want to take that breather, you can automatically have that habit of going to the love response. Like any argument or anything that's going on, or you just go put your hand, and automatically you'll know. You'll just go to that place. So those are 2 things. And I wish we're running out of time. Venice, do you want me to wrap it up? Okay. So it's okay? Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to tell you, I went through a really difficult season in 2013. My dad died unexpectedly. But what made it worse was that at his funeral reception, a violent person showed up and wreaked havoc. I got hurt. I got physically hurt, and it was an ugly scene. A lot of people got hurt emotionally just seeing what was happening at an already, very sad day of, laying my father to rest. And months later, I was diagnosed with PTSD. I was waking up in the middle of the night thinking someone was going to come and attack. And so, I basically was having to deal with PTSD. And I've been intentional about trying to overcome this. And I know it's possible because I've been learning a lot of tools to overcome it. But I wanted to share one day one day out of that season when it was really, really hard for me. I was having a rough day. I remember we were in court, and I'm saying this not to spill all the beans of everything that happened, but it was one of those really rough days because, we had to testify with what happened, and it was just really rotten. And I just remember feeling so overwhelmed that I didn't even want to exist, God, just come or take me. I don't want to be here. It was that hard. And I remember just going, honey, told my husband, drive me to somewhere where I could go pray. And you could pray anywhere, but I felt like I needed to be in a little chapel or something. And my husband brought me there. He dropped me off, and hours went by. I was pouring out my heart. And have you ever had an ugly cry? Any of you ever have an ugly cry where you're your eyes are puffy and there's right? And it's not funny, right? It's not funny at all, right? That's how ugly my cry was. But, I poured it out. I surrendered. I laid it all out on the line, and I was just going to go home. I called my husband, was about to go. And then what I heard after praying, not an audible voice, but it was a prompting in my heart, said, go to Laughter Club. I was like, I ain't going to Laughter Club. This is the worst day of my life. Everything was horrible. My face is all ugly. And no, I'm not going to Laughter Club. And I was about to walk out of that chapel. And then I heard it again. It was on my heart. go to Laughter Club. And I paused. And again, it wasn't like an audible, but I could sense that there was like inner voice telling me, go to Laughter Club. And Monday nights, it was a Monday night, there's Laughter Club. And then I heard, did you not just pour everything out to me? Did you not just surrender all your troubles and all your worries? So give it over and go to Laughter Club. And I was like, okay, I guess I'm going to Laughter Club. So my husband drops me off to Laughter Club. And this is why I'm into laughter now, because of this one incident of realizing what the power is of focusing, leaving your troubles behind and going to focus on something that will shift your energy. I literally showed up to Laughter Club. My laughter buddies were so happy to see me, even though I was like, a couple minutes late. They're like, Joy good, yay. And they were so happy to see me, and they could see I had an ugly face. And they said, okay, Joy, we're glad you're here. Take note of how you're feeling. And I told them I had a bad day. And they said, yeah, we can tell you had a bad day. But at the end of Laughter Club, tell us how you feel. So we did all the laughter exercises and had fun. We played. And then they asked me at the end, Joy, so how are you feeling now? And I said, oh my goodness, today, I totally forgot I had a bad day. Like, I totally forgot that I even had those horrible things that happened in court and just the stuff, And so I realized, wow, we can really just surrender and pray and then go choose to do something else. And so, I'm thinking about that now. Anytime I'm having some rough time, I'm like, okay, this too shall pass. But right now, I'm going to go laugh. I'm going to go do something fun. I'm going to go play. I'm going to go do my humor workout or whatever it is, because I connected to spirit, right? I surrendered, and connecting to spirit by using your mind. I basically, if I sum it up, what I ended up doing was what the soul needs. I used my mind to make a decision to pray and surrender my troubles. Then the spirit, by listening to the inner voice, led me to go to Laughter Club. I used my will, even though I was hesitant, right? I was hesitating not to go for all the reasons. I used my will. Okay, I will go. And because I chose to focus on laughter and joy, everything shifted. And so now I know that we can definitely shift our energy and experience joy and do some good for our own health. So a happy heart is good medicine, and a cheerful mind works healing, but a broken spirit dries up the bones. And I think I'll wrap it up right there. And if any of you want to connect, I could drop in a Google form. You guys could just drop your email, and like my new website's being built. I'm going to have a new website called beajoybe.com. It's in the works. It's not ready. But yeah, so in the meantime, if any of you do want to connect, I could drop a Google form. You could, give me feedback on anything that from my presentation, and I'll stay connected with you. All right. Thanks, you guys. Any questions? You guys have any questions?
I just love your spirit.
Oh, thank you. I thank the Lord. He's the one who fills me with joy. He actually is my greatest source of joy. If people ask me, I'll say straight out, God is the all source of joy, the greatest source. And there's other things that we can intentionally do, but God is the greatest source. Thank you so much, LaTanya and everyone. Anybody else? Anybody else have any questions? Oh, I wanted to tell you this. Did you know that 15 minutes of hearty intentional laughter is equivalent to 50 minutes on a treadmill?
Oh, that's.
Think about that. Would you rather laugh for 15 minutes or do 50 minutes on a treadmill? I mean, I do like the treadmill because sometimes I put the music on, but think about that's the benefits. If you do 15 minutes of intentional hearty laughter, that's equivalent to the treadmill of 50 minutes. So yeah. Any other questions? Anybody? No?
No, just thank you. That was awesome.
All right. Thank you. You guys
Joy,
are awesome.
just
I really learned a
keep
lot
the spirit going in you. And like you said, you continue to testify, and everything that you went through, it shall pass.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually don't, like you say, like when you're in the middle of the fire and the trial, you think like, oh, And then when you look back, you're like, oh, God was with me, and there's a reason why I was allowed to go through it. So yes, thank you, Evangelist. It was you, Evangelist, speaking, right? I think it was you. Yeah, thank you so much. Anybody else?
Joy B, Joy B, Joy B.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to drop the let's see if I can find the Google form. If any of you are interested, I just copy this. Uh-oh. How do I? My husband's gonna try to help me. So I'm still learning the technical things about it.
That is perfectly okay. I thank you so much, Joy. Joy, I've always told you your mom named you the correct name. So I truly thank you for finishing, because you put an exclamation point on everything that we had here. And I'm just thankful our paths crossed, because in those moments where we feel that we are going to break, it is joy that does carry us over. So to have you basically bring you to the, you brought yourself. And to have all of us up dancing and enjoying the music and just having a grand old time, giving us life, that's what you did. And in the midst of a pandemic where we're all sitting here sharing, you are truly a joy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to have, if anybody has final remarks before I close this thing out, again, I thank each and every last one of you for spending your Saturday with me to share my vision with this, to help us celebrate our 4th annual Minority Health Expo, to share your knowledge, your expertise, your time, and your talent, and most of all, your energy. I thank you all. Anybody have any last remarks before we sign off?
I had to go back. I'm sorry, you guys, I wasn't able to get the Google form link copied and paste. I don't know what's going on. My computer's kind of acting up. But if anybody of you wants to connect, just reach out to Venice, and she'll get.
You can send the form to me later on, and I can share it with everybody.
Oh, okay, I will. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you
so much.
No final remarks from anybody?
It was wonderful to meet every one of you wonderful women. And I am so glad that that Venus put the stuff on LinkedIn. And I saw her name and I was like, I know that woman. So I'm so grateful that I got to spend this Saturday with you guys. And I hope we get a chance to connect either through LinkedIn or in other ways. As you were talking, I was seeing so many opportunities for everybody in different parts of my world, so I'm hoping we can do that. So thank you very much, everybody. I learned so much from you guys. Thank you.
Regina Henderson-Hughes, you've been mighty quiet. I would like to know what you thought of this expo from your perspective.
I had a lot of fun. I learned some new things and people's takes on the vaccine and stuff, and I'm just like watching. The cat also woke up in the middle of it, and he had some fun too for what he was looking at. So yeah, we had fun.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I had fun. I learned a lot from all of you, and I'm just so very, very grateful. Thanks, Venice, for inviting me. Thank you.
Next time you do this, Venus, you should tell all of us to bring at least 2 friends.
Deal.
Yep.
Deal. And hopefully
I'm
next time we
consistent.
do this, we'll be in person. But if not,
Yep.
we have basically cut our teeth on streaming. So I think we'll be good to go. All things considered, I tried to get in front of this so we wouldn't have that many hangups. Latanya knows last night I was playing around with all kinds of stuff. And so to see this go as it did, I couldn't be more happier. I owe her a homework assignment. And I went to bed well after 11 o'clock. So that's how much, and I got up early just to start all over again. So I'm not flaking, Latanya. I'm just, trying to get it in order. But I'm not going to prolong.
Real quick, Venus, this was really good. Not just that I learned so much, but just connecting with so many people from around the world, and the way you brought it all together. And I think everybody had like a piece that I was missing about like travel, like, how to just maintain happiness and, just the stories of like how COVID has actually affected people, and just me staying here closed in, how important that was. It confirmed everything that I was doing. I'm doing the best that I can. And I really appreciate everybody's story. And it was just good. Like the mental health part, that was good. Great teamwork, but this was really good for my soul. Thank you, Venus, and everyone.
It is something to have Team H3P show up and show out. If anybody knows, Chris Hughes is not one to sit on anything. So to have him actually take part on the panel, I couldn't be any more happier with him. He clowned me, he did everything, but he really showed up when I needed him. So I truly thank him for stepping from behind the scenes to sit on the panel, which was, I'm so thankful for it. And, I would not, and again, Dr. Jones, we would not have H3P without your pushing. So I tell everybody.
Remember what Joy said? It was your vision and your work. I was just a little stick.
But to have a professor see something in you, and then to have her come back and say she wants to be a part of your program, that I was on cloud nine. I told Latanya, I said, do you know that my professor wants to be a part of this thing? So I mean, just truly, I am thankful to this day for you. And I tell everybody that story about how you said, go. And so I finally went, and I'm glad I have. So we're going on 9 years, thanks to your stick. So I thank you. I thank you all. If nobody else has any further remarks, comments, thank yous, I thank you all. I give you back your Saturday, and you all have a blessed and happy, safe day.
Everyone have a blessed day. Everyone have a very blessed day.
Bye, you guys.